Buongiorno ambasciatore Verga.
Morning to everybody. Congratulations. For me, it's a miracle to be connected.
Well, actually,
don't worry, Ambassador. It's a miracle for everybody to be here today.
I know.
Congratulations to all of us.
But Giorgio, nothing is impossible for him.
Well, this year has been very difficult to change the format.
I know.
Transform the festival.
COVID virus is threatened by you.
Well, I wish it would be true.
Scusi, riuscite a sentirci?
Sì,
vi sentiamo bene.
Siamo da buontalenti, prima non facevamo.
Non si preoccupi,
Ciao.
Non si preoccupi, l'importante è sapere che ci siete.
Va bene, grazie.
Allora sono tutti presenti.
Allora io penso che potremmo iniziare o vogliamo aspettare alle 9:30 come avevamo annunciato?
Un minuto da noi, per favore. Un minuto per noi.
Grazie.
Ne approfitto per chiedere alla professoressa Guardavalle conferma di ricezione del link per le card.
Allora, adesso...
Buongiorno, volevo solo comunicare che nonostante la nuova ricezione non riusciamo ad accedere al link. Risulta pagina bianca.
Far stampare il foglio.
Va bene, professoressa?
L'ambasciatore Savoia si è connesso?
Stiamo vedendo.
Giovanni, Corea del Sud continuano a ricevere le cards.
Chiedo ai professori di verificare anche la sezione posta indesiderata, magari finisce lì la mail.
Valerio, mi dai l'ok quando hai finito con i problemi tecnici, per favore?
Per me possiamo iniziare.
Prima di iniziare brevemente, professoressa Guardavalle, provi ad evidenziare tutto il link che trova nella mail dall'inizio alla fine e a incollarlo. Insomma.
Forse perché hai dato il suo? Vabbè, adesso magari...
Ok, proviamo a fare in questa maniera.
Io comunque guarda che non ha attivato una chat su WhatsApp.
Sì. Daniele, puoi chiudere il tuo microfono, altrimenti sentiamo le tue conversazioni private.
La Corea del Sud è riuscita ad accedere alle carte.
Bellissima notizia.
A questo punto mi sembra che tutti i paesi abbiano accesso alle card.
Per me siamo a posto.
Bene, non si sentono voci. Quindi
Good morning everybody.
Non si sente.
Okay. Good morning everybody. I'm Giorgio Bartolomucci, the Secretary General of the Diplomacy Festival, and I would like to thank all of you and especially I would like to thank the Ministry of Istruzione, Ministero dell'Istruzione Italiano, that has been so, let's say, trustful in our possibility to transform the diplomacy challenge that 2 years ago was made with all the participants in Rome, to transform it in a digital form. We have been telling you in the previous meeting that this is a challenge that wants to prepare to confront and set human relations at every level. And there is a character, a specific character in this challenge. The method that we are proposing is useful to prepare for the search for alliance, but at the same time, the satisfaction of legitimate expectations. So in this way, we are trying to give you the real insight of what the diplomatic action counts on. You are asked to be prepared in discussing particular topics, especially this year. There will be the topic that the adults will discuss next month in Riyadh in the G20. But at the same time, we are asking you also to be prepared to negotiate alliance, taking into consideration that there are always legitimate national interests that have to be preserved. I will pass the floor to the representative of the Ministero dell'Istruzione Italiana, that is the diplomatic counselor of the ministry, that is Minister Gianluca Grandi, thanking the ministry, but thanking all of you, and especially also the Embassy of Saudi Arabia, that this year will host the G20, that is following us by remote, and will give the floor to the Sherpa of the G20 that has been so generous to accept to participate in our program. I will ask Ministro Gianluca Grandi to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary Bartolomucci. Good morning to everyone. First of all, on behalf of the Italian Minister of Education, Lucia Azzolina, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all participants to this important initiative and express my heartfelt gratitude to those who have cooperated with the Ministry of Education to make this event possible. Particularly thanks goes to you, Secretary General of the Festival Diplomazia, to the President of this Diplomacy Challenge, Paola Bisegna, and to my colleagues, Ambassadors Daniele Verga and Lucio Savoia, members of the jury of this Diplomacy Challenge. Since many years, the Italian Ministry of Education is committed to promote innovative teaching methodologies, recurring to innovative didactic projects like today's initiative, where school students from many G20 countries will participate to a diplomacy challenge, negotiating on issues at the heart of the international agenda, like managing a mission for sustainable development, concrete action to finance the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, fostering education for the 21st century, or support employment transition in a changing world. Being a country who believes in multilateral diplomacy and truly devoted to implementation of the UN 2030 Agenda, as a representative of the Ministry of Education, we think that thanks to such innovative didactic projects, where our student becomes familiar with important issues like the fight to climate change, equal opportunities, negotiating and finding compromise solutions to these problems, we will be able to make our world a better place. These students, we believe that participating to this exciting challenge is a great opportunity for all of you, since you will become familiar in negotiation and international affairs, having a glimpse on multilateral diplomacy. On this note, I would like to wish all the best to the participants of this diplomatic challenge, and remember that the important is participating and not winning these competitions. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Minister Grandi. I would like to head to the jury Ambassador Laura Mirachian, that has just joined us now, and I will pass the floor to the representative of the Corporate Communication and Business Development in King Abdulaziz and his Companion Foundation, for Giftedness and Creativity, Deputy Secretary General Nazi Alotmani. He will give us a short presentation of the activity of his government in education.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon or good evening, and Your Royal Highness, Excellency, distinguished guests, first let me thank you for your kind invitation. I'm very happy to share this occasion with you. I would like to take this opportunity to extend my thanks and gratitude for your support. We will continue to count on your support as we run through the last mile of our presidency. Today, I will discuss with you three things: the Saudi G20 presidency agenda, the G20 response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and the way forward to the Riyadh Summit. The Saudi presidency was inaugurated with a highly ambitious program with the three aims: empowering people is at the heart of the G20 action through fostering resilience and healthcare prevention, renewing the focus on education, and protecting labor market, while also prioritizing women and youth empowerment. Safeguarding the planet is a priority. We make growth strong and sustainable while conserving our natural resources. And third, we will shape new frontiers by harnessing the benefits of digital technology, boosting the opportunities for all, and ensuring a better connected world. Under one unifying theme, which is realizing opportunities of the 21st century for all countries, all people. Although this unprecedented pandemic unveiled and during the second quarter of this year, we were determined to continue pursuing our original agenda in addition to addressing the impact of COVID-19. The G20 was created originally to tackle global crisis. Back in 2008, we were able to address together, as the largest economies of the world, the financial crisis. This time, it's even more impactful because it's not only economic, it is health and livelihood of people. His Majesty, the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz, called for an extraordinary summit back in March 26th of this year in order for leaders to meet and act together in a coordinated manner to address the impact of this pandemic. The summit addressed all major issues that have been affected by the pandemic, whether social, health, or economical. The G20 countries have collectively injected a stimulus package of over 11 trillion into the global economy. It also pledged over 21 billion to support the development of vaccines, where Saudi Arabia have contributed $500 million in that development. We also launched a debt relief initiative that would allow 73 eligible countries to reallocate over $20 billion toward their imminent health and financial needs. We also, as the leaders, committed to ensure the flow of vital medical supplies and critical agricultural products across borders. It has been a challenging year, yet we have been successfully navigating through and executing our original agenda. During The first quarter of the presidency, the Leaders Summit took place. But also since then, we had 23 ministerial meetings, 11 of which were extraordinary meetings to address the COVID-19 impact on education, on trade, on tourism, and other aspects. 5 Sherpa meetings were held, 73 working groups, and 42 side events to support the work of the different work streams. 11 statements were issued, and 4 communiques also were published. In the next few weeks, until the Riyadh Summit, we will hold 2 other ministerial meetings, one for finance ministers, central bank governors, and one for the anti-corruption ministers meeting. We also had an active year for the 8 official engagement groups this year. More than 50 individual statements being issued, 15 joint reports and statements were published, countless meetings including side events. They have been very active in developing recommendations that represent recommendations to the leaders. We are very grateful for their contribution. This year, we are also determined to achieve the ambitions of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Our agenda this year have been able to develop many initiatives, including the circular carbon economy. For the first time, we look at the climate change in a holistic approach, not only reducing, but also removing, reusing carbon through mitigation and adaptations. We also developed the G20 roadmap toward a common framework for measuring digital economy, G20 Youth Roadmap, G20 initiative to reduce land degradation and habitat loss. Coral reef preservation was also another important initiative. Also, we launched the Riyadh Initiative on the future of WTO to allow the free flow of goods across borders. The G20 Action Plan, endorsed by the Ministers of Finance and Central Bank governors, set out the key principles guiding our response and commitment. The debt service suspension initiative that we have also talked before is another important outcome so far. Now, in the next few weeks and going toward the preparation for the summit, we hope to achieve several outcomes, including rising to the challenge together, building a resilient and long-lasting recovery, ensuring an inclusive recovery that tackles inequalities, putting sustainability at the heart of recovery, all of the above underpinned by empowering people, safeguarding the planet, and shaping new frontiers. In conclusion, I would like to thank you very much for your interest in the G20 outcomes and program, and I'd like to invite you to the G20 website to see more outcomes than can be covered in this short remarks. In conclusion, I would like to thank you for inviting me to this event, Your Highness, our ambassador, and I've been there when we were working on our agenda in the last quarter of 2019, and I look forward to come again next year during the presidency of our partners, the Troika Italy, where we will work together in continuing the mission of the G20 across all work streams. I look forward for that, and I'd like to thank you for gathering today, and thank you for your interest in the G20. I'd like to invite you to review all the different outcomes in details in our website, g20.org. Thank you very much, and good evening.
Yes, now we will have a very short comment, a very short greetings from the Sherpa of the G20, the Saudi Arabian Sherpa, that is Her Excellency Fahad Al Mubarak.
Hello everyone, my name is Nazih Al-Uthmani. I am the Deputy Secretary General for Corporate Communication and Business Development at King Abdulaziz and his companions Foundation for Creativity and Giftedness. I'm very happy, I'm very glad and thankful for all those who are organizing this great diplomacy festival and to give us the opportunity to be part of this activity. G20, world leaders are with civic society activists are getting together in meetings and dialogue to exchange the needs of civic societies, and leaders will do their best in addressing the needs of all human beings to address the future sustainable development challenges and goals. Many meetings are taking place, many activities are taking place, and the Festival della Diplomasia is one of those activities, and I'm very happy to be here. Mawhiba works on enabling creativity and giftedness as they are the main contributors to the advancement of humanity. We believe in Mawhiba that for us to address sustainable development goals, we must invest in human capital development at early ages. So we work with our partners at the Ministry of Education and other partners to identify gifted students within public schools from 3rd grade to 10th grade. And once we identify them through a test that is now receiving a wide international interest called a Mawhiba Multiple Cognitive Aptitude Test, it is applied, anyone can apply, it's offered in both in Arabic and English, and it works on identifying students who have creative mindsets. Then we work on giving them advanced programs in STEM offered at universities and research centers. So students in public schools from 3rd grade all the way to 12th grade start learning engineering, physics, physiology, biology, math, computer science, many about 22 different STEM topics that were developed through curriculums with our international partners and experts in STEM and gifted education. Once these students are there, they start going to universities. Many local and global organizations are recognizing the excellence of these students. Some of them are now doing BSc, Masters, PhD at top 50 universities in the United States. Some of them who have graduated are now working in the Silicon Valley in the United States and techno valleys even in Europe. They are all over in Google, Amazon, Facebook, Microsoft. We are very proud of our students who are working truly for the advancements of all humanities. Getting exchange of ideas and experience with other students is crucial because we have one globe and one world to work together to make it better for future generations. UNESCO, UNICEF, many other organizations took advantage of the experience of our students to start giving trainings on entrepreneurship and converting ideas into prototypes and economical values in many countries around the world. We truly look forward for exchanging our students' experience with your students, and we are very happy to be part of this event, Diplomacy Festival, and we look forward for being with you in Italy next year with our students so that all students could get together and discuss the challenges of the future and work together on common agendas to collaborate in how to make life better for future generations. Thank you very much, and I'm very happy to be with you.
I will give the floor now to our Sherpa, the Sherpa of the G20 that will take place next year, that is Ambassador Pietro Benassi, that is also the counselor for the Prime Minister, from our Prime Minister. Thank you.
Secretary General Bartolomucci, dear members of the jury, most of all, dear students, I'm very happy to have this opportunity to share a few words with you at the start of this exciting day, which will place each of you face to face with the complexities of the multilateral context. I have no doubt that this will be an extremely stimulating experience which I hope will encourage some of you to pursue a career in international relations and diplomacy. We are witnessing rapid changes in the global order, where the temptations of unilateralism and of assertive political stances are growing at the expense of efforts to reach compromise and mutually beneficial solutions. This is causing a gradual erosion of the many important progresses made since the end of the Second World War, which saw the establishment of a rules-based international order and the measure of predictability in the relationships between states. Of course, there are still plenty of disparities and geopolitical tensions between countries that we need to overcome. But there is no doubt that any effective response will require a strengthening, not a weakening, of international collaboration. We must be aware of the serious risks facing the international community if we fail to renew our joint commitment to effective multilateralism. The depiction of controversies and disagreements as zero-sum games in which one can only win if the other loses has already caused a lot of damage. It has impacted international trade, environmental protection, and sustainable development efforts, key sectors not only in the current crisis but also in general to preserve the future of the generations to come. This is the spirit that will guide the Italian presidency of the G20 in 2021. As former Prime Minister Nehru said, crises have at least this advantage, that they force us to think. We will therefore strive to look ahead and act for a sustainable, just and resilient recovery. This will entail increased cooperation and shared rules and objectives around the globe. To this end, Italy is shaping an agenda that will hinge on what we call the 3 Ps: people, planet, and prosperity. The aim is to take care of people and of the planet together. The people pillar underlines the fact that we should not lose track of our principal objective, to make life better for all by reducing inequalities, protecting the most vulnerable, ensuring an active role for the younger generations, and promoting women's empowerment. This last aspect will be one of the key cross-cutting issues of our presidency, and I'm very pleased that the Diplomacy Challenge is a gender-balanced initiative. Our focus on people will also mean making vaccines against COVID-19 available to all, which will be an overarching theme in our G20. As also testified by the decision made with the EU Commission President von der Leyen to hold a Global Health Summit in Italy at some point during our presidency. With regards to the planet, we are looking at ways to enhance our global commitments to address climate change and protect the environment, including in urban centers. To this end, we will promote innovative financing tools, technological innovation, and increase global coordination. Our G20 will lead the way into COP26, which Italy will co-chair with the UK and which we are working to transform into a pivotal moment in the fight against climate change. Finally, prosperity. The Italian presidency will focus on making digitalization an opportunity for all, as well as promoting the fight against poverty in the developing world through different mechanisms, including debt reduction. The UN SDGs will continue to be our guides in this respect, with a strong focus on Africa. Best of luck to all of you, and remember, hold fast when you can and compromise when you have to. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ambassador Benassi, for your inspiring words. And now I will introduce to all of you our jury, that is composed by 3 high-standard Italian ambassadors: Daniele Verga, Lucio Savoia, and last but not least, Laura Mirachian. Thank you for your kind acceptance of our invitation. I will pass the floor to the president of this challenge, Professor Paola Bisegna. She was the president of the previous diplomacy challenge, and we had a lot of thanks from everybody for her capability to hold the assembly in a beautiful and very efficient way. Thank you very much, Paola, and good work today.
Thank you very much, Giorgio. Thanks to everybody, and congratulations again to everybody for being here. As I said before, the Diplomacy Challenge 2020 is a challenge in a double form. It's a challenge to be here because what we are living in this period, not only in Italy, but in all the world, is exactly something that we need to work hard very much if we want to overcome the problem. And the challenge is simply an idea of debating and negotiating in order to achieve a success which is possible for all of us, for all the countries. I'm sure the students that are listening, that are participating in this diplomacy challenge this year, know perfectly well what it is like to overcome difficulties. Difficulties in getting to school, in having the classes ready, having attention to everybody, and especially the less gifted and the less, let's say, people that have more problems. So it is important for us to be here all together today. What has been mentioned before in different ways is that what we need to do is a win-win situation. So we are debating today, we will be debating shortly, but what we need to do is to understand that we're all part of a G20. Whether it's a simulation or it is the real one, it's something that we win together. So the G20, has been remembered, was established in order to overcome enormous crises all over the world. And we are facing another difficult situation, which is even more troublesome in a way, and we need to overcome it together. So debating, it will be an example of getting different ideas from different people, because ideas are those elements that if you share with other people, they are not reduced, they are doubled, they are increased, because ideas are something that is absolutely immaterial, but from different ideas, from different people, you can get the best solution for any problem. So thanks to all the people that are taking part and then that made this challenge possible. Congratulations to you all. And when you're ready, when everything is done in order to begin the simulation, we'll be working together. And one thing that I can say from the different situations, the 2018 and the 2020 Diplomacy Challenge, is that with this digital form, there will be no need to silence anybody. What you need to do is to silence yourself. So I'm recommending everybody to keep their microphone off, so to mute your microphone when you are not speaking, when you are not on the floor. The other element which I need to focus on very well is that you have to use very careful attention when you are using your video. You can be on video, you can be with your beautiful face, and if you have a beautiful face with no mask when you can, it will be easier for us to see what you are doing and thinking and reacting and so on. But it will be absolutely a great request, an important request, to have your video off when you are not voting. So when we will be at the end of the single debate, the different teams will be asked to express their vote. And the vote will be expressed only by one representative of the team. That will be the only moment in which we require that you switch off your video and let only the representative of the various teams to be on video for the vote. Unfortunately, the vote will be difficult this time to collect. So what we need to do is to ask you to have a piece of paper on which you write the country for which you are voting. Is that clear? Wave if you understand. Does everybody understand? Correct? Okay, so prepare your papers in order to place them in front of you and will be able to collect your votes. That will be the vote assigned by the so-called the jury of from peers. So you students will be evaluating the different performances. After your vote, there will be the vote of the real jury, let's say the technical jury by the three ambassadors that have kindly accepted to be part of this game. And their vote will be from apart, let's say. So they will communicate to me the different votes they have expressed. The combination then of the vote from the peers and the vote from the ambassadors will be the total of your, the sum of your accumulated level of competence. And that where this difficult job will be done by Giovanni Diana and Patrizia Necci together with me. Is that clear? Correct? Everybody agree that is all correct? Wave or show that you understand. I don't see any show. Yes. Few. Okay. All clear. Now, Giorgio Bertolucci, is there anything that you want me to say?
Yes, I would like to have just few words to thank Giovanni Diana, that has been the tutor of the preparation of this event, and Patrizia Nesci, that is our co-assistant in the organization, and also Professor Elsa Birli and her staff that have been very useful in this, the preparation of this format. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
So you
Good
mean
work.
to thank them publicly because from the yes, I'm saying that. I will do that publicly because in private I've already expressed all my thanks to Giovanni and Patrizia for the seriousness and the ability to overcome so many difficulties that we have had. But obviously, my other dear colleague, Laura Virli, that has been my colleague for many, many years. Okay, ciao, Laura. Okay, that will be absolutely impossible to have something done if we don't get passionate people, if we don't have the assistance of somebody that is really taking care of what is going on. And Laura has always been part of, Laura Birli, has always been part of this multilateral simulation. We have been through many different activities and we know very well how difficult it is, but at the same time, how rewarding this is. So thanks again to all of you. We'll be playing a difficult game, but let me say something very, very real in my deep part of my heart. There's nothing that is so difficult that cannot be overcome. So when we're living in a world of enormous complexity as we are living today, the only thing is to hold on tight and keep going. Keep going, because if you stop, it will be difficult to start again. So from my point of view, I'm so happy that school has started again after so many months. I'm so happy that all my colleagues are working so hard in order to keep it going, because there's nothing in this world that is as important as the school activity, because it's the real example of people that are getting together for the most serious of human activities, which is the development of important, conscious citizens. You have to be a serious citizen if you want to be part of this world. And not only a citizen for your single country. You have the real citizen and be aware of being Italian, European, and part of this world. The world is very small if you consider today, the situation today. It used to be very big some years ago, but now we can travel everywhere, not right now at the moment, but we can travel everywhere easily. We can connect to the rest of the world. We can have people, friends all over the world. And in fact, the young generation and you students are this great example of young generation that is conscious of the importance of being citizens of the world, are part of this enormous activity. So I'm very pleased that we can do this again, especially in this difficult situation. Difficulties are the everyday spice in our world, but we can overcome everything. So I'm only sorry that one of the schools, and particularly the school that was to represent Italy, is not part of this activity. Because I'm very sorry, because the next presidency of the G20 will be Italy. So we'll have to let them back into the game as soon as possible. Okay, that's it. When we are ready, let me know. Giorgio Bartolomeo.
Yes, you can start with the challenge.
Okay, so we need to give the correct time and give some specific. Do you remember how it works? Do you remember, or do we need to revise something?
Well,
revise something? Yes.
Yes, we just want to remind that each speaker has 7 minutes to present his position, and after there will be the vote.
Okay.
And we'll
So
go on with the challenge.
What is important to say is that you have these 7 minutes to express your point of view on the thing you have been assigned. Then you will be listening to the second discussant. From the technical point of view, we have agreed with the technicians that the two discussants will be appearing in video together on a kind of combo view that will be their responsibility to arrange. As again, I repeat, I would like to have the two discussants speaking with no mask. Not because I'm against the law, but because I want to evaluate every single aspect of your performance. Not me, but the jury needs to evaluate. So we would like to see your expression, your eye movement, your smile, your listening to the others with the same attention as you listen to yourself. So many non-verbal aspects. So the verbal aspect of your performance is very important. And obviously, as a teacher of English, I absolutely want your English to be very, very good, because that's the only way you can connect to the rest of the world. But the nonverbal performance is just as important. So please be very careful and conscious when you are giving your performance. And when the 2 minutes are missing to the end of your 7 minutes, there will be a kind of alert. So don't worry, don't be so scared, but remember that from that alert, you have 2 more minutes. If you think you have been too long and you haven't finished what you wanted to say, please summarize as soon as possible and don't go over the 7 minutes, which will be otherwise a problem. Is that clear? Clear? Yes? Yes. Perfect. Then the show will, the debate will pass on to the second contestant. And at the end, we ask you to take off your video unless you are the person that will be reporting your team vote. Clear? Again. Correct? Clear? Yes. After that, we'll all wait for the evaluation of the three ambassadors. That will be the only ones that will be able to give a technical evaluation and comparable to what evaluation will be absolutely more deep down into the ambassador's activity. So trust what we're saying. Their evaluation is very, very important. Unfortunately, they have less votes than the assembly evaluation. But no problem, we'll solve this problem anyway. Your evaluation will be 14 people will from the assembly, and 9 maximum votes for the jury. Is that clear? Yes? Okay. The combination of the peer voters and the jury votes will be your total amount. Clear? Clear? Yes. Okay, so I will off my video and then I'll be listening to your debate more carefully. Again, I see all the microphones are muted and we can start the activity. Thank you very much. Giovanni, please give the names of the 2 countries that are starting. Bye, see you later.
The first round is Japan versus Germany.
Okay. Japan, Germany, are you ready?
Giovanni, can you announce the team that they are going to discuss about?
They're going to debate on the theme Developing Smart Cities.
Okay, we're Japan from Rome, and first of all, we want to say that we're very happy to be here and open this session at G20 meeting. And we want to thank everybody for this opportunity. And we are also very happy to debate about an issue that is so important for our country, and we think for all over the world. As everybody knows, our country is investing a lot in researching and technology development for smart cities. And several urban areas are already implementing projects of smart themselves, like you can see Fujisawa, that is our model to build other cities, smart cities all over the world. And you can see our results. However, despite our technologies, we realize that smart cities are totally useless without smart citizens and smart institutions. So it's a very important point for us. If citizens are not able to use technologies and if local authorities are not included in this process, the implementation of smart technologies are kind of useless. So people working in public institutions sometimes aren't able to use smart technologies, and they aren't able to keep working with the evolving world. Especially citizens and old people are risking to be excluded by these changes because they don't have ways to learn about how to stay in touch with the future, and they won't be able to keep living easily. So our proposal is to make high-level international masters open to students from all over the world to offer education about smart cities, and these universities will be supported and financed by our high-end and high-tech enterprises, and the courses will respect principles of equal opportunities for both women and men. And the international courses will take place in our smart cities, and in order to provide our living experience, and they can even be sponsored by G20. Our international courses will propose for software developers that can keep improving softwares and technologies that will be able to improve the cities and the citizens' learnings. Managers of local authorities, so they can constantly form themselves to stay in touch with the new and easier technologies that can make even their job easier. And will be good for people that will be teaching in public institutions, like teachers and school operators, and even from people that will keep themselves trained for the new cities. So it's a really big opportunity for us to implement this project to everybody, and we hope that all the world will enjoy this project, and you can even see us in the Expo of 2025 in Osaka that will showcase our smart cities technologies. So this is our proposal and our way of seeing these smart cities. And that's all. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Obviously, when you start as the first discussant, everything is a bit more difficult in order to be training what is going on. I need to ask you to express also your name. You said you are from Rome, and introduce yourself, so there will be an opportunity for people to recognize you. Okay, so please say your name.
Okay, my name is Massimo Stocchi from Luigi Einaudi Institute.
And that's it.
And that's it.
Okay, thank you very much.
No worries.
Also, another difficulty comes from the technical aspect. We needed to have the countdown for the 2 minutes left. So if I can ask you to do that, Valerio, please try and help us. Okay, so now a deep breath.
Sorry to interrupt, but the countdown is on. It's my video.
I don't see it.
It's a Regia. If you see Regia, there is a, now it's countdown, it's a stop to 00. And it was on also for Japan speaking.
And I didn't hear the ringing of the alert.
No, because it stopped before the time, so that's why.
Okay, so I'm sorry, but I don't see the countdown anyway. I will check with it. Okay, so now the beautiful girl on the right-hand side has decided to take off a mask. Thanks a lot. So, are you ready?
Yes.
Introduce yourself, and then we'll have the 7 minutes starting.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Veronica Marcheggiani. I'm 17, and I'm from Aterno Mantone, Pescara. First of all, we wish to thank Japan and the panel of experts who are here with us today. We represent Germany, and we are going to speak about smart cities, which have become a reality in our country and have had a huge impact on urban areas. The smart cities are committed to sustainable and integrated urban development. Today, cities consume 2/3 of the world's major resources. The smart city approach uses information and communication technologies in order to link municipal infrastructures such as energy, buildings, traffic, water, and sewage on the basis of integrated development concepts. In many major cities, there are also planning to develop their own smart city approaches and finding ways to apply them to their respective situation, some of them in practical ways, others more conceptually. Each city has its own special focuses. You may ask what makes Germany a top innovator? Firstly, the federal government set up the Smart City Dialogue platform in 2016 to discuss these questions and identify the opportunity and risks of digital technology at a local level. In 2017, the platform presented the Smart City Charter, which included guidelines and recommendations for ensuring the sustainability of digital transformation at a local level as part of an integrated urban development policy. The platform now supports the implementation and further development of the Smart City Charter. Germany is currently in the driving seat when it comes to innovation, thanks in part to the speed it's developing new technologies like driverless cars. Germany's electricity supply is becoming greener every year. The share of renewables in electricity consumption has steadily grown over the last few years, rising from around 6% in 2000 and around 38% in 2018. This means that the 35% target for 2020 was reached earlier than expected. Germany envisages to have been 7 million and 10 million electric vehicles registered by 2030. The program will continue and extend the current premium scheme for buying electric, hybrid, and fuel cell vehicles. Furthermore, a total of 1 million car charging stations are planned to be available in Germany by 2030. It will be mandatory for all petrol stations to provide charging stations on their customer parking areas. Moreover, the development of both a network of public charging stations and the private and commercial charging infrastructures will be promoted. If we look into the landscape planning and protection of biodiversity program, it will be possible to notice how Berlin was on the forefront in the preservation of biodiversity by investing a total of 110 euros between 2012 and 2015 in several landscape planning projects, including the development of public parks and gardens, as well as urban agriculture and the refurbishment of bad wintering grounds. The concept of smart city includes also a different approach on mobility projects, which often go hand in hand with a more eco-friendly lifestyle. As a matter of fact, the Urban Development Plan on Transport 2025 had already been adopted in 2011 as a guidebook of the Berlin transport policy. It outlined the action and time frame for the practical planning and measures concerning the city's charging traffic-related challenges. Regarding priorities for its implementation, the Mobility Program 2017 was developed as an action plan for the first 5 years with more than 40 individual measures. The overall objective of the program were to facilitate mobility for all population groups, to ensure good access to the city and its different parts, to strengthen the city's economic performance and to reduce the negative effects of motorized traffic. These objectives serve to strengthen non-motorized traffic, for example, through the implementation of a comprehensive cycling strategy and the improvement of conditions for walking. It remains a key challenge to adapt urban traffic to the requirements of an aging society and to ensure equal mobility opportunities of all. In conclusion, smart city solutions are opening up a new market for utilities, especially in mid-sized European cities. This category of city considers the topic a high priority, planning to allocate on average 14% of the investment budget to the smart city applications. In Germany, this adds up to more than 4 billion euros per year. Local utilities are well placed to partner with the cities in this endeavor. They have the know-how and the resources to plan and deliver intelligent solutions in the fields of energy supply, mobility, housing, and municipal services.
Okay, I guess you have concluded your speech.
Thank you.
Okay, show that you have concluded your speech. Thanks so much. Right, now we get to the very big challenge in the challenge. We are going to vote, and you are going to vote for the two discussing. So 2 seconds to decide what your vote will be. Have you prepared? All the teams have prepared the plaque with the name of the country they have decided to vote? Yes or no? Yes? Okay, some people are offing their video. So I want to make sure that all the voters are on video and the others are not. So I will off again my video. Okay? Okay. All the people that are not voting, please off your video, including Japan and Germany. You're not voting, so please off it. Okay. I want to make sure that Giovanni and Patrizia are following the voting. Okay. Good
Yes, we are
boys
trying.
and good girls. Are you collecting the votes?
Yes, work in progress.
Mm-hmm.
Please. Okay. President, as far as we can see, there are many countries that are not voting.
We need 14 countries to vote. Are the 14 countries not involved in the debate voting?
I have collected only 7.
Okay, so we have to start again. So people that are voting, please hold your vote up in front of you. And we need 14 voters.
South Africa, we vote Japan.
No, don't say anything. Just your vote, not your face, your vote.
Please, Argentina, can you... Yes, like that. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I have to ask even teachers and, sorry, Laura, even principals, please off your vote, off your video, otherwise we are confused. Giorgio, you as well, please.
President, there are still 3 votes
Missing.
missing.
Okay,
Yes.
who's missing?
Hard to say right now.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't see Stati Uniti vote. Japan, okay. Brazil, Korea. Korea, we don't see your vote. Okay. Giovanni, how many?
A moment, please. I've collected only 9.
I'm sorry, we need to revise this again. So we need to have 14 videos with a name of a country right in front of you. So I have Saudi Arabia for Germany, Mexico for Germany, Indonesia for Japan, Argentina, Germany, Stati Uniti, Japan, Brasile, Japan, Korea, we don't see your vote. Germany, UK, Germany, Australia, Turkey, France, Russia, China for Germany. What's the total? Giovanni?
The total is 13.
13.
So that's one country still missing.
One country is not voting. Unless they're really missing.
Can we try one last time?
Okay, I'll try again. Okay. Saudi Arabia, Germany. Mexico, Germany. Indonesia, Japan. USA, Japan. Brazil, Japan. UK, Germany. Australia, Germany. Turkey, France, Russia, Germany. I don't see any others.
That's 10. 10 votes.
That's impossible. That's really impossible. Okay, let's call the countries all together. So we need to have Japan and Germany are not voting. US and France are voting. UK voting. South Africa, I don't see in the vote.
Here.
Russia, yes. China and Brazil. Argentina, Australia. Mexico and Korea. South Korea. Indonesia and Turkey. Which are the missing ones?
Sorry, President, this is proving very challenging.
What if we make them speak loud?
What if we make them speak loud their votes so that we can count?
Okay, so only the countries that are voting, so the students from the teams that are voting will express their vote even in voice. So Saudi Arabia, voting for, put on your mic. Microphone.
Yeah, I know. Germany.
Germany. Okay. Then we have US voting for. US. Matteo. No.
We vote for Japan.
Japan. Brazil. Your vote.
For Japan.
South Korea.
Germany.
UK.
Germany.
Australia. Australia.
Germany.
Turkey,
Germany.
France.
Germany.
Okay. Then I have Indonesia. Indonesia, you're not voting. Indonesia, are you there?
Japan.
Japan. Then I don't see any other voters.
I have 9 votes so far, President.
South Africa hasn't been called.
Where's South Africa? I don't see it in video.
Here. Can you see us?
South Africa, Marco?
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Okay, South Africa, Marco, you are required to put your
Japan.
video on
Japan.
and your microphone on.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
I don't see it.
They vote for Japan.
You vote for Japan, but I need to see you in video, otherwise I cannot count.
Video is turned on.
Now it is. Okay, good.
Can you see me?
We can see you behind it.
I'm voting.
We can't see what's written on the paper.
Germany.
Germany.
Okay.
11 votes so far, President.
It's impossible. Are the 14 schools all here voting? As I say, the usual requirement is, I will call the names of the countries, and you should say present and voting. Are you ready? Present and voting, and express your vote. Ready? Japan and Germany are the two discussants. They are not voting. United States,
Japan.
present and voting for Japan. It's the expression you should use. Are you ready? Present and voting for Japan. Please repeat it.
I vote President voting for Japan.
Good. France. France.
Present and voting for Germany.
Okay. United Kingdom.
Present and voting for Germany.
Okay. South Africa.
Present and voting for Japan.
Russia.
Present and voting for Germany.
China. China.
Present and voting for Germany.
Okay. Brazil.
Present and voting for Japan.
Okay. Argentina.
Present and voting for Germany.
Australia.
Present and voting for Germany.
Mexico.
Present and voting for Germany.
Korea. South Korea.
Present and voting for Germany.
Indonesia.
Indonesia votes for Japan.
Turkey.
Present and voting for Germany.
Okay, that should be all. Giovanni, ready with the final point. With the
Sorry, President, I still have only 13 votes.
I can't. Impossible. I called them all.
I think.
I'm sorry. I skipped Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia. I
okay,
think
I skipped Saudi Arabia.
Present and voting for Germany.
Okay. Next
Okay,
time,
now.
please wave so we can. Okay, ready. Now the total is.
Now it's done. The total is Germany, 10 votes. Japan, 4 votes.
Okay, this has been a real difficult moment, but anyway, we have come through it. So we can decide that if you all keep your videos off, so we have only the voters in video, we'll be able to count better. Okay? Is that possible? If you prefer the voting by calling, I will do that every single time. What do you prefer? Voting in writing on being called?
Sorry, Paola, I think that the voting in person by voice is the easiest and fastest way. Thank
Well,
you.
it's a longer one, but anyway, we'll do that what is preferred. Now,
I agree with Mr. Bartolomucci, President.
okay, ready.
It's easier for me.
Before we pass on to the jury vote, we have the need to listen to a real ambassador. So it is my honor and my pleasure to give the floor and the microphone to Daniele Verga. Ambassador Verga, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. No, on behalf of the jury and myself, I wish to express all students best wishes for today competition, for your studies, and for your professional expectation. I would like to remind that diplomacy is not only a profession, but also an art and a family. It requires preparation, passion, expertise, exact knowledge of the interest of your country to be able to protect and to affirm them, and skills in negotiation and mediation. So all the best to all the participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Verga. Now, your difficult decision to decide from a technical and professional point of view which country has given the best performance in this debate.
Each of us can express vote.
Sorry?
Each of the jury can express his own vote.
You want to express it in video?
Yes, so my vote will be 2 for Germany and 3 2 for Japan and 3 for Germany. But it's my personal vote.
I already received the vote from the other ambassador, which is 2 for Japan and 1 from Germany. We're missing one. Ambassador Stefanelli, we need your vote.
Good morning. Actually, please note that I'm not Maria Anita Stefanelli.
No, we know that very clearly.
Actually, my name is Lucio Savoia.
Okay.
I'm using the computer. My wife is a university teacher in Roma 3 University, so I'm using her computer. Therefore, now, okay, thank you very much. Now I see that you corrected. Well, good luck to all the young ladies and young men. My vote is 3 for Germany and 2 for Japan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Savoia. Glad you're back with your real name.
Okay, thanks.
President, I've received the votes from Ambassador Mirakian that has some problem in connecting, and she's voting 2 for Japan and 1 for Germany.
Yes, she sent me on WhatsApp, so that's why I mentioned it. Okay, Giovanni, your role.
Yes, I'm sorry, but I need to ask to Ambassador Berger to repeat his vote because due to technical issues, I couldn't hear it.
It was 2 for Japan, 3 for Germany.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. Thank you.
So the total is 7 votes for Germany and 6 for Japan, which basically confirms the previous result, which is Germany a total of 17 votes and Japan a total of 10 votes. So Germany passes the turn.
Okay, congratulations to Germany and congratulations to all of us for having come through this difficult voting. What I would like to do now is to inform everybody that it's not easy to say something as I'm saying now, but unfortunately, one of the schools had to withdraw from the game. And even more unfortunate is that this school was due to represent Italy. And that is a serious problem because, as I said before, Italy will be president of the next G20 for the next year. So it would be very, very important for Italy to be present. Anyway, this has caused another change in the schedule. And the change in the schedule is that we need to restart again from the point of view of re-entering Saudi Arabia into the game by debating against UK that was left without discussing, without the other contestants. So at the end of the morning, these two countries will be debating. So from our point of view, we'll pass on to the following debate that will be US against France. So if that is correct, I would like to express great thanks to the people and the whole school from that was due to represent Saudi Arabia, that is representing Saudi Arabia, because they have gone through so many changes and they have been very, very helpful. Thanks to all of you.
I'm sorry.
Yes?
We are UK and we were against Italy.
Exactly.
So now
you will be debating against Saudi Arabia.
on which topic?
You keep your topic.
Okay, thank you.
You keep your topic. Would be impossible to change your topic now. So don't worry. It's not your fault. It's not exactly a problem that you need to solve alone. We are giving the opportunity to the two teams to debate. You will keep your topic and discuss that, whereas the very helpful Saudi Arabia team will be debating on one of the various themes they had prepared for the enormous effort that they have given. Okay, you'll do that at the end of the morning. Is that clear?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Now, we should be ready for the second debate. Are we ready?
Good morning. My name is Magdalena
Wait,
Salvatore.
just 1 second. We need to get you in combo.
Giovanni, could you announce the debate and the team, please?
Yes. So the next teams to debate are United States facing France on the theme Managing Emissions for Sustainable Development.
Okay, Are we ready?
Yes.
Countdown ready. All right, again.
Good morning.
Stati
My
Uniti.
name is Maddalena Salvatori, and I'm coming from the Eugenio Montale Institute of Genoa. It is a pleasure for us to participate in this debate. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm told that our country is running out of energy, but now we know that it is wrong. America's energy revolution has produced affordable, reliable energy for consumers, along with stable, high-paying jobs for small businesses, all while dropping carbon emissions to the lowest level in 25 years. American energy policy must balance environmental protection with economic growth in order to encourage innovation, prosperity, and discovery. Following in the rich tradition of environmental leaders, we recognize that our responsible management of our lands and waters is central to preserving our national heritage. Our administration remains dedicated to ensuring that our nation remains a global leader in environmental stewardship. We are working hard to remove the trash from our oceans, accelerate cleanups at Superfund sites that are polluted locations, and revitalize communities through our brownfield programs. We are also pleased to continue to be a world leader in clean air, including the reductions in energy-related carbon dioxide emissions, which have significantly declined in the last 15 years. Additionally, we continue to lead the world in access to clean drinking water, contributing to the health and well-being of all of us. The achievements we have seen in recent years in restoring and protecting our environment are a testament to America's commitment to also encouraging the responsible use of our natural resources and expanding recreational opportunities for everybody. The administration's commitment to promoting robust energy development has proven that energy production can go hand in hand with responsible stewardship of our natural environment. America's energy independence is critical to environmental stewardship. Emissions of common air pollutants have dropped by 77% over the last 50 years, including a 7% reduction under our administration. In the United States, there are numerous national parks that keep the air clean and contain carbon dioxide emissions. The most important one is Yellowstone, that is considered the first protected area in the world. Yellowstone National Park has been at the center of environmental issues regarding the opening of a hydroelectric power station near it. Fortunately, an agreement was found that excludes any form of negative impact on the park. The United States are a federation of many states that have different points of view regarding the environment, and the most environmentally friendly governors are Cuomo, the governor of New York, and Inslee, the governor of Washington. Last June, Governor of Washington, Jay Inslee, was with nearly 100 other guests, an international coalition of national and subnational governments committed to ambitious climate action. The launch had particular significance in the wake of recent events. President Donald Trump had announced his intention to withdraw the United States from the Paris Climate Agreement. In response, Brown and Inslee, as well as New York Governor Cuomo, had launched the bipartisan U.S. Climate Alliance with more than a dozen other states, committing to achieving their share of the U.S. greenhouse gas reduction targets. In conclusion, Jay Inslee said, "Putting climate first is critical. History shows us that if an issue is not the top priority of an administration, it's not likely to get done. I love being governor of Washington, but on my last day on earth, I want to be able to look my grandchildren in the eyes and say I did everything I could to stop the climate crisis." Thanks for the attention.
Okay, yes, Maddalena, thank you very much. You realize you haven't used all your time, correct? All right. Now, the floor is ready for France. Ready?
Yes. Hello,
Okay.
good morning, everyone. Thanks for having us today. We're really happy. And for today's topic, we're going to be talking about managing emissions for sustainable development. So France is a global advocate of sustainable development, and it considers the importance of the Paris Agreement as a bridge between today's policies and also climate neutrality. France is deeply concerned with the long-term goal of keeping the increase in global average temperature well below 2 degrees, but it's aiming to limit it to at least 1.5 degrees because this would significantly reduce risk and impacts on climate change, but it would not affect the economic development. And France is also a land of positive energy for green growth, and there has been no lack of scientific warnings on climate change. And our citizens are also experiencing a change in their daily lives as they once knew it. And ecology must be at the center of public policies. And France has set itself goals and is providing itself the means to achieve these goals. And the ecological and climate emergency was declared at the very beginning of the President of the Republic's 5-year term. And the climate plan has committed the country of achieving carbon neutrality in 2050. France also reaffirms that the Paris Agreement is the first ever universal, legally binding global climate change agreement. And in December 2015, when France agreed to strengthen societies, which would be an ability to deal with the impacts of climate change, it would also provide continued and enhanced international support for adaptation of developing countries, and also cooperate and enhance the action and support in different areas, such as an early warning system, emergency and preparedness, and also risk insurance for minimizing the adverse effects on climate change. So on July 6th of 2017, the Minister of Ecological and Inclusive Transition presented the government's climate plan, which focuses on 2 points. The first is that the Paris Agreement cannot be reversed, and the second is that it must improve everyday life for all French citizens. In fact, France has been developing clean mobility, which will be accessible to everyone, and they want to eradicate full poverty, and they want to use energy more responsibly. And so, to reach these goals, France has encouraged local authorities to unleash renewable energy production, but they wish to focus on wind energy covering the whole territory. And the France commitment to improve sustainability involves each community and each citizen that are called to play an active role in a simple but effective green projects to enhance circular economy. In fact, there would be mattress recycle, back to work project, less plastic, and also hydrogen cars. And the government has also embarked on a big investment plan worth 57 billion euros, which will be implemented throughout the current 5-year term, to support structural reforms, and it will also respond to 4 major challenges facing France: carbon neutrality and access to employment, which is worth 15 billion euros, competitiveness through innovation, which is 13 billion euros, and also creating the digital state, which is 9 billion euros. Also, France states that improving everyday life for all French citizens is strictly related to the development of clean mobility accessible to everyone. And also, France confirms that turning away from fossil fuels means committing to a carbon neutral approach. And we need to generate carbon-free electricity and also leave fossil fuels in the subsoil. So this would be prohibited, so that by 2040, France no longer needs to produce any oil or gas or coal, and also take greenhouse gas emitting vehicles. In fact, if we remove these from the market, this would actually encourage car manufacturers to take the lead on this market. And last but not least, what we can learn from the tragedy of COVID-19 is that the virus reduced France traffic, so it also reduced the atmosphere pollution. And the tragedy of COVID-19 has opened new scenarios as for rethinking the unavoidable necessities of a massive safeguard on our planet. In conclusion, France is becoming a leader in the green economy, and Paris is the capital of green finance. And we need to recognize together the 2030 agenda as our common framework for sustainable development. And we not only need to take it on ourselves, but we also have to offer it to younger people. And we also need to unite a community of action on behalf of the SDG, which is the Sustainable Development Goals. And in this way, we can go from being individual to collective. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. And I have to ask everybody to be very patient. I need to give a 3-minute stop in order to solve some technical problems. Is that okay for everybody? Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's
Yes.
fine. Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
President, I would like to inform everybody that we have all the connections on with Saudi Arabia. They are following very closely our debates, and so yes. I just wanted to inform you that from Saudi Arabia, they are following closely our debate. So I would like to thank all our friends in Saudi Arabia and the students that are connected, because that means that maybe next year we may have this debate in presence in Rome with all the real representative of the different nations. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm back on track. If you are ready and you have made your decision, I will have to ask everybody to take off their video, including the two discussants, including myself, Giovanni, Giorgio Bartolomucci, teachers and principals. I want to see on video only the voters, the 14 voters. Okay. Okay, it seems that everybody prefers to have the calling the roll, so I will do that. I can see also your vote. Thank you very much, but I will call the roll.
Madam President, I would like to ask Giovanni, if possible, to contact Saudi Arabia. They have a question.
Saudi Arabia, they have a question?
Yes, if
Hey,
Giovanni...
Giorgio, after the vote, I will do that.
Okay.
Okay, are we ready? I repeat, I will call the roll by mentioning the name of the country, and then you will have to answer present and voting and express your vote. Ready?
Madam President, could you please ask the jury to send the votes on the WhatsApp in order to be able to count them?
Okay, you are doing that. I don't need to repeat it, but I will try and do it anyway. Okay. Ready. Japan. You need to say present and voting. Japan. Who's representing Japan? Japan, I don't see you. And I don't hear you. You are very far away, I know, but you need to be present here. I'm sorry.
Sorry, President. I was told that they are kind of stuck in the negotiation room and just can't join us. So I asked Valerio to...
That is impossible to say because they cannot do that. There are 3 negotiators and 1 person to represent the country. If you're not voting, your count will not vote. Your fault.
Japan is online. I can see that they're voting United States.
I don't see it. Sorry.
I'm asking them to reactivate the
And
audio.
so react in voice. I'm calling Japan again. I'm calling Japan. 1, 2, 3. Your vote doesn't
We are
count.
voting for Stati Uniti. Here we are.
You should be in video and in voice.
We are in video now.
Now, okay. Just at the last moment, Japan voting for US. Okay. Germany.
Okay.
Present and voting for France.
France. US is not voting, France is not voting. United Kingdom.
Present and voting for US.
Saudi Arabia.
Present and voting for the US.
South Africa.
Present and voting for France.
Russia.
Present and voting for France.
China.
Present and voting for US.
Brazil.
Sorry, President, I couldn't hear the vote of China.
China, please repeat. I'm calling again. China.
Present and voting for US.
Okay. Brazil.
Present and voting for France.
Argentina.
Present and voting for US.
Okay. Australia.
Present and voting for France.
Mexico.
Present and voting for USA.
South Korea.
Present and voting for France.
Indonesia.
Indonesia votes for the USA.
Okay, remember the formula. Turkey.
Present and voting for France.
Okay, that should be all. Please, Giovanni, tell me what the amount is.
Yes, President, we have collected the vote and it's a draw because US and France both have 7 votes.
7 each. So we'll see with the votes of the jury. So the jury can be ready. Is the jury ready? Ambassador Verga. Okay, I'm receiving the votes. There must be some problem. So I'm receiving the vote on WhatsApp. 2 for the US and 3 for France. Then I have 2 for the US and 3 for France. And I'm missing 1. Verga and Savoia have voted. We need to get the others.
The vote that comes from Ambassador Mirakian is 2 for France and 3 for France. Sorry, 2 for US and 3 for France.
Okay.
I apologize.
So from what I get is 9 votes for France, correct?
Yes, correct.
And 6
for the US.
All right, which makes and solves the draw. So 7 plus 6 and 7 plus 9, which makes 16 for France and 13 for the US. So the team representing France is the one that passes to the second draw. Okay, ready? I'm sorry you cannot get any applause on this remote exercise, but imagine that everybody is applauding for you. Ready?
Madam President, let me say that we are receiving on our social several congratulations for the quality of the debate. So I think that this is the best applause for the people that has been presenting their position for the representative.
Okay, thank you very much, Giorgio Bertolomucci, for following even the social networks, which it would be impossible for me to follow with so many things to follow at the same time. Okay, so I'm saying hello to everybody that is following on the various social networks, on the various channels, and particularly, if I'm not wrong, I will say a great hello to people from Saudi Arabia. One day or another, we'll have the big chance and opportunity to visit your beautiful country. But for the time being, we cannot. I hope you can come and visit our country if you are daring enough to come at this time. Okay, there was a possibility to have a small interval with some videos about Saudi Arabia that I hope the technicians have been successful in preparing. Valerio, have you been successful in doing that? Valerio, sei riuscito a completare lo stacco con il video che avevamo predisposto?
Sì, ce l'ho.
Proviamo a mandarlo.
Certo.
Ok. That's the time. That's a good time to say hello to our friends from Saudi Arabia. This is very inviting for people that enjoy traveling, as I imagine all the people that are in this group are. Visiting Saudi Arabia is a dream. I myself have visited many Arabian countries, and I love the desert and I love the beautiful countries like this. So hopefully we'll meet one day. Okay, back to work. Let's imagine that the next two discussants are ready. Are we ready, China and Brazil?
Sorry, President.
Yes?
The next round is United Kingdom versus Saudi Arabia.
I got that we were postponing that to the end of the discussions.
Okay, I'm
That's
sorry.
what I got. Which one do you want to do? It's exactly the same for me. Are Saudi Arabia and UK ready?
Sorry, could you repeat, please?
Are the two teams representing UK and Saudi Arabia ready?
I am ready.
I am.
Ready.
Okay, so if you are ready, Saudi Arabia, Dario, Bella, all right, and okay, I get the combo. Do I get the combo? Perfect. Okay, so Saudi Arabia and UK are ready. Giovanni, give the titles.
Yes. So the theme for the United Kingdom is fostering education for the 21st century, while Saudi Arabia's discussant will be debating on unleashing access to opportunities.
Okay. Is that clear what we're doing now, or do I need to repeat the problem? Now, you will not listen to the same theme debated because we needed to overcome the problems. But nonetheless, we are able to listen to two good representatives that are giving their best for their team and their country. Okay, ready?
Okay.
Introduce yourself. Yes, if you have a question. Vanessa, do you want to start?
Yes, I'll start.
So you start and introduce yourself.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Vanessa Cenci. I'm from Latina, and I attend Vittorio Veneto Salvemini Institute. I start with the UK education system. Ranking conducted by official institutions show that education in the UK is on the top of the list. First of all, the teaching approach is more formative rather than academic, and it tries to encourage students' participation and interaction. English students often cooperate with classmates to do project work that are going to be shared with the rest of the class, so they develop the ability of team working and team building, which are both necessary in the future. Technology is the main tool in British schools. The usage of computers, interactive blackboards, and internet allow students to be creative and also to be free to express their opinion. Teachers and students' relationship is often based on trust and friendship. It makes learning faster and it helps students in developing self-confidence. Teachers' advice and support favors an informal environment. School counselors, besides teachers, are very important because they support students. They help them to solve difficult issues such as bullying, disabilities, poor academic performance, and also there is an important figure that is tutor. And tutors make use of their knowledge in a specific area to teach students outside the classroom, improving their academic performance through study and practice. The main distinction in British school system is between maintained and independent schools. Public schools are administrated by local education authorities in the country, whereas maintained schools have a larger amount of lessons. At the age of 16, compulsory education ends, but students can attend college. After that, they can enter university. That is obviously a choice, and they all have limited access. And it's hard to enter prestigious ones as Cambridge or Oxford. Additionally, when the bell rings, the school stays open and students can attend after-school club such as science club, cooking club, drama club, sports club, etc. Mostly important for students is to wear a uniform, so there is no competition about the way they are being dressed, and it's also hard to make fun of someone that is wearing the same thing as you. Regarding high school, in the last 2 years, students can freely choose the rest of their learning plan. With the increasing of technology in everyday life, we have to see them more as collaborators than tools. In fact, children must be prepared with 4 key skills. There are global citizenship, innovation, creativity, technology, and interpersonal skills. New communication technology can enable global citizenship education. Virtual classroom, for example, can connect children all over the world, allowing them to exchange ideas and learn about global challenges through different lenses. The development of ethical informed citizens of Wales and the world is one of the 4 key areas on the new curriculum. Skills that enable innovation include curiosity, creativity, critical thinking, problem solving, and system analysis, all of which are set to be in high demand the labor market in the next few years. From an early age, students must learn to actively engage with material through critical analysis and fundamental questioning of existing systems. Playful learning can enable children to learn through trial and error and explore new solutions to challenges. Collaboration with people of diverse background can also help foster innovation skills. School enrollment and classroom grouping should consider diversity across a range of factors such as gender, race, age, etc. Digital tools can help foster these skills. Teaching methods that leverage computational thinking, aka helping students understand how to approach problems in a way that a computer would, can support the integration of technology skills into school curricula. Ensuring diversity within schools and classroom is another way for helping children foster these interpersonal skills. Diverse schools enable children to collaborate with people with different perspectives, which can help them exercise and inclusive leadership in the future. Personalization as a general concept is quickly becoming a reality. So shifting to a more personalized model can help schools in mirror life outside of school and can show better students' outcomes. There are multiple pathways by which personalized learning can be delivered, and such as providing options for students to show their knowledge, like presentations, songs, video, etc., or using project-based learning while children choose their own focus area. In the UK, there is the Skill Builder Partnership, which is a global partnership that works with schools, teachers, employers, and other organizations to build essential skills in young people. It focuses on building essential skills that are listening, presenting, problem solving, creativity, resilience, collaboration, and leadership. The partnership developed 2 unique tools, a teacher's assessment and a student self-reflection. These tools can help schools and organizations to understand how to differentiate their approach according to each individual student's need. And at the moment, the Skill Builder framework is now used in 12 countries. Thank you, that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. You could be slower at the end because you had time, but anyway, thank you for giving your speech. Ready for Saudi Arabia to start. Okay.
Thank you. So I am Dario Adella from Liceo Pascal di Pomezia, and I'm the discussant of the delegation of the sovereign country of Saudi Arabia. And the topic I'm starting to expose you concerns unleashing access to opportunities. Before though starting my speech, I would like to thank everybody for letting us in this challenge. So, one fundamental element that the country I'm representing here has always taken into account is the development of entrepreneurship. since it is a really valid way of tackling major issues, flourishing already strong points, and even thriving potential means of development. Talking more specifically, my country considers involving not only major enterprises, but also smaller ones of vital importance. That is why Saudi Arabia is eager to boost the social enterprise sector, a small and not really well-known entrepreneurial niche. The social enterprise sector has more than two definitions. The most considered and important ones are a hybrid enterprise that is completely non-profit but exploits for-profit principles, a non-profit organization that as the time passes could turn over to be a profitable enterprise. However, I'm not here to talk about the possible definitions of social entrepreneurship, but I'm here to explain you why it could represent a powerful weapon in order to unleash access to opportunities, develop the national and the world economy, develop collaboration amongst the government and both the bigger and even the smaller enterprises, and promote innovative and financially sustainable solutions, since smaller organizations don't have the same access to money and resources of this environment as the bigger ones do. I will now make you some examples concerning the latter consequences of taking over social entrepreneurship. Firstly, talking about the national economical environment, Saudi Arabia would have an increase of 2.5% on its GDP, gross domestic product, that is the same of PIL in Italian, by a decade. And in addition to this, for the development of the world economy, making investments on social enterprise sector could result in profits equivalent to about $500 billion. Moreover, and most importantly, in 10 years' time, Saudi Arabia would create about 200,000 jobs. Those jobs are not ordinary, but they are literally possibilities available for everyone for enhancing ameliorations worldwide. For the development of social entrepreneurship, the government is taking into account providing support in 5 main areas that regard awareness and promotion, infrastructure, funding, access and networks, and education and training. Concerning the first point of the preceding list, it is of primary importance that people get to know the fundamental elements included in social entrepreneurship. That is why the Arabian government has in mind a collaboration with the private sector, even to make people conscious about the business model that is completely different from the system in a regular enterprise, although it does not seem to be like this. In fact, the social business enterprise's main criteria are aiming for financial surpluses after accounting for all revenues and costs, irrespective of whether it is a for-profit or non-profit enterprise, priority of social need, since as its core business aim over maximizing profits, and adopting social innovative business models that improve efficiency, inclusiveness, and effectiveness. About the development of infrastructure, the need of support in terms of technology, physical spaces, and legislation could easily be fulfilled by the actions of the government by providing robust connectivity, suitable working environment in all senses, and flexible regulations in order to provide a global framework for social enterprises, and so to enable growth as a consequence. For the third point of the previously illustrated list that concerns funding, granting partnerships, donations, various subsidies by both the government and private sector could represent a solution to the funding problem. Even private investors and incubators could enhance the financial point of view of social entrepreneurship. In the UK and USA, for example, a really effective instrument that has been used for the funding of social enterprises is the concept of social impact bonds. This kind of bonds are an innovative mean in order to realize public utility projects, even social entrepreneurship's funding, as it is considered to be a public utility project, with remuneration of the investors only in case of good social impact that represent one of the first criteria of social enterprise. Access and networks are the penultimate environment that needs support, as access to data that concerns research, market intelligence, and customers is vital to analyze whether a project is being advantageous or not. Even creating a network of supporters could result in facilitation that plays the role of a social enterprise developer. In Singapore, to make an example, is active a program called RAISE, that is the central network of partner organizations willing to improving the economic status of the country via developing social entrepreneurship. The last point is education and training. In this case, universities could be the real trick, as they represent the major medium of communication between students and the work environment. In USA, for example, the Duke University has provided students with specialized courses concerning social entrepreneurship via partnership with the Center for the Advancement of Social Entrepreneurship. This is the element and the criteria included that I wanted to highlight, as it could represent the ultimate economic growth, and most importantly in this case, a major opportunity developer. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody. And I believe that this will be a very difficult vote because you have to listen, you have listened to two different themes dealt with, you have listened to different countries. So I think I can give you 1 minute to think more carefully, not only from the point of view of the peers that need to vote on two things that I haven't prepared, but also for the technical professional jury. So think about it, and if Valerio ci mette una bella musica o qualcosa, we can think more carefully. In the meantime, I ask everybody to switch off their video if you are not voting, and all the voters to be ready for the call. Okay, 1 minute. Okay. Okay, have you made up your mind? Got your decisions? Yes or no? Yes? Good. Good. It seems that is clear. Okay, so I will start calling the roll and you will be answering again, present and voting, and then the country you give your vote to. Ready? Let's start. Okay. Japan. Japan.
Present, we are voting for UK. We are on the video is on.
Okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. No need to be aggressive. Okay. Then we have Germany.
Present and voting for Saudi Arabia.
United States. The US.
Present and voting for UK.
France.
Present and voting for Saudi Arabia.
South Africa.
Present and voting for Saudi Arabia.
Okay. Russia.
Present and voting for Saudi Arabia.
All right. China.
Present and voting for UK.
Brazil.
Present and voting for Saudi Arabia.
All right. Argentina.
Present and voting for UK.
Australia.
Present and voting for Saudi Arabia.
Right. Mexico.
Present and voting for Saudi Arabia.
Right. South Korea.
Present voting for United Kingdom.
Indonesia.
Indonesia votes for Saudi Arabia.
Turkey.
Present and voting for Saudi Arabia.
Okay, I think that is all. We need to make the calculations, and Giovanni, you are in charge for that, so please let me have the totals from the jury of peers.
Yes, President.
Okay.
So the count has been made and Saudi Arabia has got 9 votes,
Okay.
while the United Kingdom has got 5 votes.
And that really makes 14, so good. Now I'm asking the ambassadors, do you need more time or you have made up your mind? The ambassadors are giving me 2 votes. I need the third one. Okay, until I get the last vote for the third ambassador, I will give you the other votes. UK, 2 for UK, 3 for Saudi Arabia for number 1.
Ambassador Mirakian is giving 3 to both of the speakers.
Okay, 3 to both, and we have instead 2 for UK and 3 for Saudi Arabia, and 2 for UK and 3 for Saudi Arabia And that's the total. So it makes 9 votes for Saudi Arabia and 7 votes for the UK. So the total is +7 and +9, which makes 18 for Saudi Arabia and 12 for UK. Congratulations to both of you. That was a very difficult debate. That was a very difficult thing to arrange, but you have really showed all your best. So that's another challenge that we have won together. Congratulations. Applause, applause. Right, so the winner for this is Saudi Arabia. I guess that in Saudi Arabia they are very happy, so the students will be celebrating. I would like to see their celebration, but I can't. Anyway, not you, Saudi Arabia, the real ones. Congratulations. So are we ready for the next debate? And we need to have South Africa and Russia, correct? South Africa, Marco, is that you?
Yeah.
Okay. And let's see, Russia,
Yes.
your name?
Vincenzo De Falco for the East
Okay.
Europa.
So you have no video?
Yes, Prof. One minute.
That's better. So we see your face.
Can you see me, Prof?
We can see you now. There was only a flag before.
Thanks.
Okay, so Valerio combo viewing, and we are ready to start. One. South Africa. Wait, we need to have the other person. Combo set. So we are South Africa, you have no microphone, and so we cannot hear. I'm leaving you the floor. Ready for your 7-minute talk.
Sorry, President. Before they start, I just want to say that the theme of this debate is concrete actions to finance the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda.
Ready?
Shall I start?
Yes.
Well,
starting 7 minutes. Go.
Yes. First of all, good morning, everybody. I'm Marco. I'm 17 years old. I'm from Busto Arsizio, from Liceo Daniele Crespi. I represent South Africa country for as far as Agenda 2030 is concerned. So, on behalf of the people of the Republic of South Africa, it is a pleasure for me to be here to give impactful proposals for as far as Agenda 2030 is concerned. So SDG goals, or Sustainable Development Goals, which aim to achieve a better world. The first thing I'd like to talk about is poverty that really concerns our country. It's really important to say that there still are nowadays people living with less than $1.25, which is quite alarming. Our proposal is in order to avoid or hopefully eliminate the poverty problem are three mainly. The delivery of housing. Actually, this is something that our country has already done after the apartheid, when the government gave simple and humble houses to people in need. The second point proposal is give benefits to unemployed people. I'd like to propose an example of our country, of South Africa, which is a foundation which is Unemployment Insurance Fund, or UIF, which gives the possibility for people in need that doesn't work, so unemployed, to start a life, to, we could say, improve their life in the time they don't have any work. The last one is stop corruption. Corruption is one of the most, the hardest, we could say, problem of our country. In order to avoid this problem, our country set up a foundation, which is Zondo Judicial Commission, which help the government not to avoid, we could say, corruption. Moving to another goal, so education. Unfortunately, South Africa has the most unequal school system in the world. There are many children that don't have access in what we could say that are the basic rights for them. So basic education. And then we have university and colleges which have all the elements in order to get a successful education. So it's really, really unequal. Possible solutions to this problem are investing or providing free books to the families that actually need that. Then, as I said before, the problem of inequality should be faced by investing equally on the institutions of our country. Another problem of our country is that we invest a lot of money on university education, but we should understand that if people can't get we could say a hard basic education, they can't go on with the studies. Last but not least, we have climate change and sustainable energies, renewable energies. So South Africa has set the achievement of SDG 7, that is the total use of sustainable energies as the first objective to start fighting the great problem of climate change. Solutions that we drew could be ensure that big investors make the choice to allocate more funds in independent power producers, such as, for example, in South Africa, we have Biotherm, Molilo, and Joey South Africa, for example. And everybody should be coherent to the Paris Agreement, which aim to stop climate change or to mitigate the problem the world is facing now. The pandemic is is pushing back as expected all the progresses we achieved, particularly for as far as poverty is concerned. So that's a motivation for which we should all follow the solutions that, for example, our country is drawing for avoiding this problem and eliminating them. Thank you, everybody, for listening to me. And that's all.
Okay, so again, I say use all your time. Don't feel you need to close soon. You have more time to go. Ready with Russia?
Yes, can you listen me?
We can hear you, yes.
Thanks. My name is Vincenzo and I study at ICSERO about Pomigliano. And in this moment I was there for represent Russia. In Russia, the most important problem is the pollution. And for the Russian policy, can we beat this pollution with three fundamental key. The three fundamental key of the Russia is economy, society, and environment. In this moment, we can work at environment with three fundamental key for the energy, for the society, and economy. For the Kyoto Protocol, we go in 2000 in the limits when the other states go in these limits in 2012. when we go quickest for the other states. And in 2012, we go under the limits of 32%. Following the guideline for the 2030 agenda, we want to eliminate fossil fuel based of energy, building resilient infrastructure, and promote sustainable and inclusive industrialization. But what energy we can use? We can use three types of energy: the energy of wind, the energy of the earth, and the energy of the sea. For the wind, we have a cold climate and have the wind most quick and of the planet, because the Bora is 14 meters per second, and we have our wind in 18 meters per second, and we use this wind for wind power. I have the sea. In this sea of the Northern Sea, can we use the petrolific station for bonific and transform the petrolific station in the wind station in the sea, and use this station with the wind power and hydroelectric power. And the earth, because we are the biggest country of the biggest place of the earth, and we have so much volcanoes, and use the geothermal energy. In Russia, can use the in Russia have so much forest. In fact, we have the 25% of the forest of the world, and per year we absorb 500,000 tons of the CO2 in 1 year. And in this line for 2020, we reduce the evolution for and the grow up of energy for 75 and 45 in for year. So it's all.
Okay, again, that's been very short. You know that's been very short. You have to be aware that you should use all the time that you have. Anyway, we need to get to the vote, and therefore, again, change your visualization, off your video, all of you, but the ones that need to vote. Are we ready? Okay, I see a few, but not all of them. I don't see you all. Anyway, I will try and call the roll so we make sure that everybody is voting. Okay. We start from Japan. Japan.
Present and voting South Africa.
Okay. Germany.
Present and voting for Russia.
Please repeat your vote.
Present and voting for Russia.
Russia. Okay. United States. The US.
Present and voting for South Africa.
Okay. France.
Present and voting for South Africa.
Okay. United Kingdom.
Present and voting for South Africa.
Okay. Saudi Arabia.
Present and voting for South Africa.
Okay. China.
Present and voting for South Africa.
Good. Brazil.
Present and voting for Russia.
Okay. Argentina.
Present and voting for South Africa.
Australia. Please, careful with your microphone. Careful with your microphone. Sorry? Okay, we need to vote again. Argentina?
Sorry, President.
Yes?
You were on Australia and I couldn't hear their vote.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. So I'm repeating this vote. Argentina?
It's Australia.
I know that's Australia that we're missing, but I want to repeat the voting.
Voting for South Africa.
Okay. Australia?
Africa.
Okay. Mexico?
Voting for South Africa.
South Korea?
Present voting for South Africa.
Indonesia?
Present and voting for South Africa.
Turkey?
Present and voting for South Africa.
Okay, the assembly voted and we need to make the calculations.
Yes, President. The result here is quite clear because Russia only got 2 votes.
And that would mean 12 for South Africa.
Yes.
Okay, right. Now, the jury needs more time, or are you ready with your vote?
I may give you the votes that is coming from Ambassador Laura Mirakian.
Okay.
She gives 2 votes to South Africa and 1 vote to Russia.
Okay. Then I have South Africa. Okay, that's it. Then we have the other vote from Savoia is 1 to Russia and 2 South Africa. And same thing for Ambassador Berger, 1 for Russia, 2 for South Africa, which makes Russia 5 in total, correct? And a total of 18 for South Africa, correct?
Correct.
Correct. So congratulations to you all. The winner of this debate is South Africa. Now, you've been sitting for a long time. Does anybody need 1 or 2 minutes stop? Or you prefer to go on and be ready for lunch? Let's vote. Who is voting for a 2-minute stop? Please vote. Only one. Please, all of you, let's see if you prefer 2 minutes stop in order to have a cup of coffee or something. Okay, see more people. Okay, okay. Anybody else? Okay, I guess that is enough. I'm asking Valerio to put some video on so we can have 2 minutes stop. See you back at 12 o'clock sharp. Ready, steady, go. Valerio, possiamo, credo, riprendere. Ok. Possiamo riprendere. Vediamo se siamo tutti. Ready? All back? Everybody back? Yes? Wait. Everybody ready? I know it's difficult after a short break. Giovanni, vedi? Tutto a posto?
For me, it's okay.
So we can start with the next debate. There will be China.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm ready.
Can I start?
Can I start?
No, not just 1 minute. China versus Brazil. Is Brazil ready?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so Valerio Combo. Okay, ready to start. China.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Gaia, and I'm attending Rosa Giantur Competenza. We Chinese are often described as the bad characters in the global fight against climate change. We're taking huge steps closer to sustainable development. The heart today is greener than 20 years ago, and change is mostly our result. From 1998 to 2015, we invested over $350 billion in sustainable programs focused on ecological renovation. To combat soil erosion and desertification, we have set up the following projects. National Action Program on the entire territory of the state. This program has made it possible to realize the following goals: to slow down the speed of desertification, improve the standard of living, and improve the ecosystem in some regions, and also recover millions of hectares of land affected by wind and water erosion. The Green for Green on some areas of the state. This program has stopped ecological degradation, soil erosion, and over-exploitation of fields and flooding. The Tree North Shelter Belt is a governmental program started in 1978 that should end in 2050. This program plans the tree planting along the lands that overlook the Desert Gobi. It's the so-called Great Green Wall. With this operation, we want to show our determination to realize the goals set by Agenda 2030. Deforestation is applied in several ways. In the first step, strips of grass and shrubs typical of desert areas are sown, and in the second line, species of trees particularly resistant to dryness are planted. Also, if the plan is not yet finished because it will end in 2050, the forest cover in the northern regions has increased from 50% to 30%. After years of land loss, it seems that desertification is stopping and forest is growing much faster than the desert. The other economic sector on which we have focused is agriculture and arable land. Our arable land is equal to 12% of the entire territory. Despite this, we are a self-sufficient country from a food point of view. In the almost completely desert region of Xinjiang, thanks to drop irrigation and systems to reduce evaporation, we are able to grow garlic, onions, tomatoes, and much more. We were careful to improve the management of water resources. A solution of water crisis is represented by sponge cities. This term means a particular type of urban planning whose shape appears to be affecting in reducing the risk of water inundation and the risk of water pollution. In other words, the so-called sponge cities make sure that water is collected, absorbed, and where possible, reused for new uses. By the end of 2020, a fifth of the land in 30 cities, such as Wuhan and Shanghai, should be used for rain gardens or grow roofs. We are also trying to control movable sand. Quicksand is one of the factors that contributes most to the desertification of our soil. One method to stop them is to using mechanical measures. With these programs, we have tried to reduce desertification, soil erosion, and we have found many benefits, not only environment, but also economic. Many of our projects still need to be improved as there are being unforeseen events. An example is the case of Nigeria, a Chinese autonomous region, in which a parasite has devastated 1 million poplars after 20 years of work, 20 years of plantation, and expenses thrown to the wind. Despite the failures and mistakes made by the government in the fight against soil erosion, the huge economic investment we have made to reforest the landscape shows a strong sense of responsibility. It's never too late to try to change the trend and focus with real investments on improving the health of the environment and developing green technologies. We must continue along this line. On our side, we have the young generation who have a much stronger environment responsibility than their parents, and it is our job to implement this environmental responsibility with public investment in training and information. We thank all the participants for this opportunity of a confrontation, and we hope that our labors can be enriched more contribution in the text of internationality cooperation, so that all humanity can have a less dangerous future than the present one. Thank you.
Okay, so you again had more time, but that's what you have decided to say. Thanks a lot. Are we ready for listening to Brazil? Is Brazil ready to speak?
I'm ready.
Okay, ready. Let's go. 7 minutes for you as well.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I wanted to thank all the people that permitted us to be here with my school at this fantastic program. And I wanted even to thank my colleagues that helped me with the speech that would have never been possible without them. Well, today, moving on to the topic, we are talking about desertification. This is a real interesting topic because it's not just affected by the climate change that struggles the Earth today, but even by the human factors, since desertification could be applied on every habitat. Is not a matter of the land, but a matter of factors. This is very present in the areas of the tropic, such as the Tropic of the Capricorn, where Brazil stands. Brazil is occupied by 49% of forests. This is used by Brazil to cut down trees and sell them. This is used to cultivate even. So the land degradation is affects very much Brazil, since the land is very difficult to cultivate. One of the most used Brazil is very Brazil is very Brazil is specialized in cultivating. This cultivates a lot. In fact, it's the first producer in the world in terms of soy, sugar cane that is not just used to produce sugar, even to produce bioethanol. A fuel, biofuel, is much used in South America, where the oil costs too much, so they had to improvise inventing new kind of fuels as gas or, as I said, bioethanol. All these cultures have to be an point for this goal just has to be emptied space that was firstly occupied or forest. To empty this space, usually the technique was to burn actually forest, but it's not easy since forests tend to burn very fastly, and it's not a controlled thing. So we are proposing to not burn but cut down trees, even though a justification could be applied to this land. But we will make sure this is not going to be a desert land, using the triennial rotation, permitting the ground to regrow its minerals, planting different types of cultures, and leaving in fallow a third of the land of every owner. So there will not be you need to cut down more trees to make more space actually to grow plants or fruit. We will just try to make the landowners well, we are encouraging landowners to buy new land, cutting down trees and then selling them to the state, not to burn them. So there will not be just a tabula rasa land, but they could even make profit without specific wording. Indeed, we are even trying to reduce the unemployment. So there will be lower taxes for who will employ new people and will do this, will be allowed to not burn trees but cut them and sell them. So we are trying to make more eco-sustainable the matter. Even if we are cutting down trees, we want them to be cut in the right way and not degrading the land, since Brazil is based actually on its natural resources. Sorry, my speech is over.
Okay, so you again have used shorter time than needed, than allotted. Anyway, we are ready for voting. Is the assembly ready for voting? Everybody that is not voting should be without video, so I'm offing mine. Ready? Most of you are not all. So let's try.
Off the
Problems? Problems?
Here we are, sorry.
Okay.
Japan is present, we are voting for Brazil.
No, wait, you have to wait to be called.
Sorry.
Okay, now you can vote. Japan.
Present, voting for Brazil.
Okay, the formula is present and voting Brazil. Okay? Germany.
Present and voting for China.
US. United States.
Present and voting for China.
Okay, France.
Present and voting for Brazil.
United Kingdom.
Present and voting for China.
Saudi Arabia.
Present and voting for Brazil.
Okay. South Africa.
Present and voting for China.
Russia.
Present and voting for Brazil.
Argentina.
Present and voting for Brazil.
Australia.
Present and voting for China.
Mexico.
Present and voting for China.
South Korea. South Korea.
Present. Voting. I'm South Korea. Present voting for China.
Okay, formula is present and voting for and the country. Okay, Indonesia.
Present and voting for China.
Right, Turkey.
Present and voting for Brazil.
Okay, ready for the calculations? Giovanni, when you're ready.
Yes, President.
Yes.
China collected a total of 8 votes.
Okay.
Brazil, a total of 6 votes.
Okay, so we are now ready for the jury vote.
The vote coming from Ambassador Laura Mirakian is 3 to China and 1 to Brazil.
Okay. 1. Yes. Verga, 2 to China and 2 to Brazil. Ambassador Savoia? Ambassador Savoia? Okay.
Okay, sorry, 2 for China and 2 for Brazil.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that will be China a total of 7 and Brazil a total of 5, which makes 15 for China and 11 for Brazil. So China passes to the second part. Congratulations. Let's go on with the next debate, which Giovanni will tell us what it is about. Giovanni.
Yes. So the next debate is between Argentina and Australia.
Okay.
And it deals the theme of tourism as a force for human-centered economic growth.
Okay. Argentina, speaking from school, we can see and recognize the hangers. And next, Australia.
Here. Can you see me or hear me?
Ready? Okay, here you are. Valerio combo is done. Well,
The real voyage of discovery does not consist in seeking new lands, but in having new eyes. Marcel Proust. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good morning. I'm Julia from Isis Casagrande and I represent Argentina. I decided to start my speech with a quote because I think that the French writer well anticipates the topic that I'm here to discuss. The tourism as a force for human-centered economic growth. The desire to discover is one of the main aspirations of man. Traveling is, in fact, can be compared to one of the so-called primary ones need that is very important for humans, as it changes one's rhythms in a context that is different from one's habit and has a very positive influence on one's psychophysical well-being. I would like to focus my speech on one point, the need for a sustainable tourism. Today, no one of you here would question that tourism is a serious opportunity for an economic growth, especially for those countries like mine who are economically lagging. But the doubt we should have is, should an economic growth due to tourism be sustainable or not? The answer from my country is absolutely yes. The influence of tourism at the local level is considerable, but I have to make a point about how money is attracted, how many people benefits from it, and how is spent and invested. In fact, the large all-inclusive tourist complexes managed and owned by multinationals has almost no economic impact
on the local level. In fact, on the opposite end, we have the local communities, groups, individuals, small businesses, and entrepreneurs who are trying to find innovative ways of local tourism. The local tourism is made up of these collection businesses that create and sell goods and services to visitors. So the development of these industries is a response from the communities to opportunities and sometimes to the threat of tourism. The world economic crisis has affected almost every aspect of our life, but it seems to have hardened the international tourism sector. In fact, according to UNWTO in 2016, tourism has brought almost $1.260 billion, and the number of visitors, travelers, has reached 1.2 billion of people. This is good for economy, but is less good for the planet and the environment. But a change is possible. Introducing a new mindset that includes a lighter way of traveling. The definition that the American International Ecotourism Society gives of ecotourism or sustainable tourism is that of a responsible journey that preserves the environment and improves the well-being of local populations. So the ecotourist is a traveler who loves having fun without destroying. He is not just a simple consumer. He chooses a place, and his choice is based off the history, the relationships, the identity of the place he's choosing. And this becomes essential for the local promotion and development. For this, it's necessary a planning tourism plan that knows how to combine the development of a territory, of a place, the centrality of a person, the protection of his rights, the ethic of responsibility, and the respect for the host communities. Tourism is also a fundamental engine of economic development due to the contribution it makes to GDP, employment, exports. And we know that tourism is also one of the most and best ways to reduce the poverty in backwards countries. And also is properly developed, it can make progress, job creation, infrastructure development, and also being one of the most creative and diversified sectors can benefit the most disadvantaged groups like women, young people, and ethnic minorities. But there cannot be a real development if this development damages in any way the values and the culture of the host communities, or if the social-economic benefits that are guaranteed by this tourism are not brought back to the local level. So the tourist development requires the community to be the main protagonist. It's necessary to create structures for participation and coordination, fostering the dialogue, setting goals and solutions based on consensus. It's not doing something for the community, but with the community. According to the WTO, the development of sustainable tourism satisfies the needs of the host communities and the tourists, and at the same time protects and improves opportunity for the future. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we are ready to listen
All right.
to Australia. Getting ready?
Yes.
Okay, go.
Greetings, ambassadors, committee, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Victor Potenza from Istituto Tecnico Economico di Torino, and I'm the representative of the Commonwealth of Australia, and I'm very happy to be here on behalf of the Australian people. Today we're going to address the important topic which tourism as a mean towards a human-centered economic growth represents. I also wanted to thank my colleague from Argentina, Emiliano, to quote such a beautiful phrase that we can all agree upon. And I also wanted to take the opportunity to say that in the next phrases and in the next few minutes, I will also address the ecotourism and add a few points that maybe she forgot to say. Um, Tourism is an essential resource for the economic growth of a country, as we can all know, and a resource that with its advantages brings also responsibilities, some of which could lead toward a dangerous path. Responsibilities that require from the nation particular attention for the infrastructure and all the things concerning tourism, requirements that sadly not all the nations on the stage meet. The emergency situation in which we find ourselves, a situation where gatherings of people are not allowed and can be dangerous in terms of health, it's important not to underestimate the risks that could be inflicted to the nation. Not all nations have the same path when it comes to handling coronavirus and tourism in such a difficult situation. Our country of Australia, with its low COVID-19 infected population, both in numbers, 25,000 people across all the nation, and in ratio, is it to be considered a nation where internal tourism, which consists of approximately 73% of all Australia's tourism, is safe and promoted. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, a nation with a ratio of an infected person over 40, Argentina, has the guts to highlight our problems that when compared to theirs are way less impactful. Not only less cases of coronavirus, but also a higher number of quality infrastructure in key points of our tourism sector across all the nation, without counting stattal and private services of all kinds. I can list 10 major international airports, hundreds of flights per day, 900,000 kilometers of road and 36,000 kilometers of railroad, all which testifies how connected Australia really is, despite our sparse population and a huge countryside. Sure, Argentina may have one of the best infrastructure among the Latin American countries, but it is nowhere far from decay. Billions of dollars poured into new infrastructure, all money lent by the Monetary Fund and the US. How many times will Argentina have to go bankrupt before it realizes that its way of spending other nation money doesn't work? A third of the Argentinian people live below the poverty line. Their government clearly failed to protect them. Tourism should not be Argentina's priority as of right now. Yes, I know I'm being a bit harsh here, but I'm concerned with the well-being of the thousands of my fellow countrymen that visit Argentina each year. That's my job, to ensure their safety and their interests. Perhaps Argentina isn't even concerned about tourism. Its internal economic policies have shown it over and over again. Sorry. A huge chunk of Argentina's tourists can be defined as ecotourists, people who seek to experience with their own eyes the myriad of natural wonders which Latin America is scattered of. But the so-called Delta fires are threatening one of Southern America's major wetland ecosystems. Paraná Delta, second longest river in Southern America, has become significantly drier over the recent years, and it doesn't seem to stop. Although cattle ranchers, illegal hunters, and property developers have encroached on its rich habitat, and the Paraná Delta still teems with diverse wildlife, all facing a dire challenge to their survival. It has to be noted that the unregulated expansion of cattle ranching is the main culprit for the expanding fires. Ranchers continue burning the dead winter grass as if they were still in the 19th century, the idea being for the new grass beneath to sprout stronger. And activists point to illegal capybara that are water pigs, hunters lighting fire to decoral their prey, and tourists who cross the river to hold barbecues and kayak in the delta as other likely culprits. Said so, we have been very clear with our position. I announce to the time how I have left, and thanks for the time and attention given to us.
Okay, congratulations. Thank you very much to both of you. Now we are ready for the next vote. Ready, everybody? Voters ready, the rest, please, off your video. I don't see that many on video for the voters. Okay. We'll try and see by calling the roll. Okay, we'll start voting from Japan.
Present and voting Australia.
Okay, Germany.
Present and voting for Argentina.
United States of America.
Present and voting for Argentina.
France.
Present and voting for Australia.
Okay. United Kingdom.
Present and voting for Argentina.
Okay. Saudi Arabia.
Present and voting for Australia.
South Africa.
Present and voting for Argentina.
Russia.
Present and voting for Argentina.
China.
Present and voting for Australia.
Brazil.
Present and voting for Argentina.
Mexico.
Present and voting for Argentina.
Okay. South Korea.
Present and voting for Australia.
Indonesia.
Present and voting for Australia.
Turkey.
Present and voting for Argentina.
Okay, that should be the end of this vote, and we'll get to calculating the total.
Yes, President. The count is Argentina 8 votes, Australia 6 votes.
Okay, that's it. We're getting ready for the ambassador's vote.
From Laura Mirakian, the vote is 2 for Argentina and 3 for Australia.
Okay. Then we have from Ambassador Berga, 3 for Argentina, 2 for Australia. Savoia?
I would say 2 for Argentina and 3 for Australia.
Okay, which, if I'm not wrong, would make 7 for Argentina, 8 for Australia, which makes a total of 16 for Australia and 13 for Argentina. Congratulations to you all. And let's get ready for next debate, which will be Mexico versus Korea. Are you okay? Ready? Sorry. Okay. Ready to go. Some problems, some noise, some background noise. Careful. Are you okay? South Korea, I guess there is a problem in your audio system.
South Korea, you have some issues with your microphone.
Yes, there is a problem. In the meantime, you can silence, mute. We'll start from Mexico. Mexico, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, go.
Okay. I'm Alice and I attend Liceo Fanti in Carpi and I represent Mexico. The Federal Republic of United Mexican States is considered to be the 10th most populous country in the world because of its 128 million inhabitants, according to 2019-2020 data. Out of all of them, 21.3 million people live in Mexico City metropolitan area. This fact shows that 84% of the total amount consists of urban population. Apart from the agglomeration around Mexico City, the nation also includes numerous rural areas. It is undeniable that our country suffers from various economic and social inner issues. For instance, the ones related to the persistent growth of population. Related to this topic, one of the most concerning matters nowadays is the water crisis distressing 15 million people all over Mexico, especially in the south, where water sources are extremely polluted. One of the most dramatic situations can be found in Mexico City. It is necessary to take into account that the city lies on the ancient lake Texcoco, which was drained starting from the 17th century. This causes the area to sink approximately 30 centimeters to 1 meter per year into what is still the soft ground of the lake bed. The situation is worsened by the aquifer, which lies beneath Mexico City, which is overexploited in order to guarantee 70% of water supplies to Mexico City. The rest, 30%, comes from lakes and rivers within hundreds of kilometers from the capital, which is a very, very serious issue. As we can see, Mexico City is facing 7 out of 15 million people with no drinking water during the dry season, followed by such heavy rainfalls in a short period of time, June to September, that clog a precarious sewage system and put the slums neighboring the city at risk. Since this matter is worryingly damaging Mexico City, clean water and sanitation was the topic discussed there in 2018 during the meeting of World Design Organization, whose purpose was to find sustainable solutions to this issue. A project was presented by La Isla Urbana, which is a non-governmental organization which has been installing rainwater harvesting systems over the past 11 years. The purpose of this association is raise awareness of water independence, installing this kind of system in both urban and rural contexts in order to provide different types of water quality, from flushing toilets water to clean drinking water. La Isla Urbana's work has installed nearly 17,000 systems in Mexico City alone up until today. This can be viewed as a great victory for Mexican government and population, but unfortunately, this is still not enough. With the aim of relieving our nation, at least partially, of its water issues, it is fundamental not to forget the sustainability of the solutions, especially given the hard time our planet is facing when it comes to pollution and contamination. Additionally, it would be a lack of conscience to pretend that the majority of urgent matters nowadays are not shared by the whole human community. Therefore, an international comprehension and collaboration is now strictly demanding. Apart from implementing the systems promoted by La Isla Urbana, another achievable solution could be following Juarez City's example. Juarez is twinned with the Texan city of El Paso. Hence, its government has decided to take action, just like El Paso's administration did. And they decided to introduce a procedure that can insert the sewage back into the aqueducts after having it cleaned with refiners. This could be a great step taken to avoid water waste in Mexico City urban area, and a great way to encouraging a partnership between Mexico and the USA. Another achievable solution could be introducing the Work Towers, a non-profit project granted by the Italian architect Arturo Vittori with the Ethiopian Institute of Architecture. In fact, the Quarti Towers are a project that we can see in Ethiopia background. These are towers that can literally create water, 40 to 80 liters each day, relying on atmospheric phenomena such as condensation and evaporation. Additionally, thanks to its low cost, these towers can be inserted in every context and in every background. To conclude, I would like to thank you all for the time you have dedicated to us and to our issue, and thanks again for the opportunity.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Now, South Korea, it's your turn. Are you ready?
Yes, can you hear me?
Better now, yes. There's still some background noise, but it's better. So please go.
Good morning to everyone. I'm Anna Clara Cosoleto from the Nicola Pitti Institute in Palmi. My team and I are honored to participate in this cultural and higher educational challenge. We are pleased to represent South Korea because it's a state that has worked hard to improve itself and achieve great goals. So much so that in politics it can be considered an outpost of the defense of human rights and freedom. Today, we are facing an ever-changing global landscape that is being transformed by technological, economic, demographic, and environmental changes, and an increasingly interconnected world where G20 countries and their people face common challenges. The need for international collaboration is more important than ever. The Kingdom strongly believes in the power of global cooperation to forge mutually beneficial solutions, face challenges, and create opportunities for all of humanity. Our collective responsibility is to build a solid momentum for cooperation. We need to address these challenges together, to work for the global public interest, and to boldly lead towards new frontiers. While G20 members have different national priorities and social and economic solutions, we have shared strategic interest in addressing such challenges. In our rapidly evolving, interconnected, and uncertain world, the need for global cooperation is as important as ever. It's possible for countries to act in their own interest while also delivering a greater global good through finding common ground with partners. The G20 should focus on where it can make a difference and deliver concrete actions, while being fully prepared to tackle potential adverse developments in the short run. The G20 should be forward-looking and adopt a long-term approach to pave the way for future generations. In this first meeting, our attention will focus on the following topic: fostering sustainable and resilient water systems globally. Water stress is one of the most pressing and greatest challenges facing the world in the 21st century. It poses a serious challenge to meet the 2030 Agenda and beyond for sustainable development. Population growth, rapid urbanization, lack of investment, and aging of water infrastructure are factors posing an ever-increasing pressure on water resources worldwide. For these reasons, the South Korea G20 presidency will foster global cooperation on water management and address policy, financing, and innovation challenges to ensure water security for all. Despite the progress made until now, billions of people still lack of the minimum condition of access to safe drinking water and primary sanitation. The SDG 6, that stands for Sustainable Development Goal 6, promoted by the United Nations, concerns this important and considerable problem. It claims, guarantee to all the availability and sustainable development by 2030 of water and sanitary facilities. In 2019, globally, 71% of the population has access to safe, managed potable water, but more than 785 million people still lack the service of drinking water. The Republic of South Korea took part in the Agenda 2030 by subscribing to it in 2015. Taking into consideration the necessity of water exploitation global level and an equal water redistribution, the South Korea proposes the adoption of the following measures in order to achieve the sixth goal. The first measure involves overcoming the one-sidedness of nations and promotes collaboration to find the right balance in the treatment and recovery of water. The South Korea proposes to the whole world the Smart River Project, which allows to scientifically manage water resources, not only to control floods, but also to organically manage rivers through locks and dams and through cutting-edge ICT systems, which allows to monitor both the entry of water during the monsoon season and to ensure stable and efficient water use in dry periods by deciding its level. The system consists of a supercomputer that analyzes the hydrological data recorded by satellite and compares them with the data deriving from the stations placed along the rivers. The second measure is to use an intelligent water system that utilizes sensors activated by the IoT, Internet of Things, to collect data in real time. This allows for optimization of water structures by detecting leaks or controlling the distribution of water on the network, and enables people to make more informed decisions about water management. The smart sensor, for instance, can detect leaks in pipelines and immediately alert engineers to the need to take steps to mitigate the consequences. They also guarantee people's health safety because the sensor IoT are dotated of infrared spectroscopy systems that reveal the presence of contamination in the water. Intelligent water system permits also to continuously monitor the consumption of water via specific apps. This method prevents the waste of water and in the meantime promotes an use of water more sustainable and cheaper. Thanks for the attention.
Okay, thank you very much to both of you. We are now ready for voting. Everybody ready for voting? We get to the now common way of voting. So you're becoming much, much better. Okay, let me see how many countries are ready for vote. I don't see so many. Okay. 2 seconds before I start. Let me see. Let's start. Let's start this vote with Japan.
Present and voting for Mexico.
Okay. Germany.
Present and voting for South Korea.
Right. US.
Present and voting for Mexico.
France.
Present and voting for South Korea.
United Kingdom.
Present and voting for South Korea.
Saudi Arabia.
Present and voting for Mexico.
South Africa.
Present and voting for South Korea.
Russia.
Present and voting for South Korea.
China.
Present and voting for Mexico.
You should be on video. Brazil.
Present and voting for Mexico.
Argentina.
Present and voting for Mexico.
Australia.
Present and voting for South Korea.
Indonesia.
Present and voting for South Korea.
Turkey.
Present and voting for South Korea.
Okay, that's it. We now get to the jury vote. Are you ready? Okay, I have one vote from Ambassador Verga, Mexico 3, and South Korea 2.
The vote of Ambassador Mirakian is in your WhatsApp, President.
Okay. Which is 3-1 and 2-2. Okay. So
Sorry, President. Can you say it 3-2 for whom?
Ambassador Berger, 3 to Mexico, 2 to South Korea.
Yes.
The other one is 3 to Mexico and 2 to South Korea. I'm missing only one. Okay. 3 to Mexico, 2 to South Korea. So is 9 for Mexico, correct? And
Yes.
6 for South Korea, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the assembly vote for Mexico was?
6 votes for Mexico from the Assembly.
Okay, and
while for South Korea, it was 8 votes in total.
8 in total. Now, South Korea gets 6 from the ambassador's jury, and Mexico gets 9 from them. So 17 for South Korea, 12 for Mexico. Congratulations to you both.
Sorry, President, I have different counts.
Okay.
I have a total of 14 votes for South Korea and 15 for Mexico.
So again, so Mexico, you said they got from the assembly how many votes?
6.
6. And they get 6 from the jury.
I have 9 from the jury.
They got 9 from the jury, President.
Also, okay, Mexico. Okay, 9 from the jury. So
15.
15. South Korea, 8 from the assembly and 6 from the jury, which makes 14. The winning one is Mexico, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so there is also a double check that we need to make on the previous vote, assembly vote. So please be patient and ready to re-vote for Argentina, Australia. Is that clear? Are you ready to re-vote, to reconfirm your vote for the debate Argentina, Australia? Voters? Are you ready? Okay. I need to revise the assembly vote for this debate. Japan.
President, mi scusi, just excuse me. The professor Neiviller from Vittorio Veneto Salvemini may contact me on the number that I just wrote on the chat. Thank you.
Okay. So back to our revoting on reconfirmation of voting. Japan. Japan.
Excuse me, here we are. Are we revoting about Australia?
Argentina, Australia debate.
Okay, we confirm present. We are voting for Australia again.
Good, good. Then Germany.
Present and voting for Argentina.
United States. The US. Please, the US. We'll get back to you. France?
Present and voting for Australia.
Okay. US? Nothing. United Kingdom?
Present and voting for Argentina.
Saudi Arabia?
Present and voting for Australia.
South Africa? South Africa? We'll get back to you. Russia?
Present and voting for Argentina.
China?
Present and voting for Australia.
Brazil?
Present and voting for Argentina.
Mexico?
Present and voting for Argentina.
Korea?
Present and voting for Australia.
Indonesia?
Present and voting for Australia.
Turkey?
Present and voting for Argentina.
Second call for US. US, we need your vote.
Present and voting for Argentina. Thank you.
Okay. United Kingdom. UK, please.
Present and voting for Argentina.
Okay, Giovanni, please let's revise this.
Sorry, I'm South Africa. We were having some problems and couldn't vote, but we're present and voting for Argentina.
Who is speaking?
South Africa.
Okay.
Okay, Giovanni. Now
So, I'll say again the votes from the jury that we collected previously, which is 2, 3, and 2 for Argentina, and 3, 2, and 3 for Australia. Having said that, the votes from the Assembly for Australia are 6, while Argentina collects 8 votes,
which makes
a total of 8 plus 7 for Argentina, so 15.
Okay.
While 6 plus 8 for Australia, which makes 14.
Okay, recalculation was needed, and then I'm sorry for Australia, but we need to declare that Argentina won this debate. Congratulations, sorry for the misunderstanding. Thanks everybody. We'll get back to our debates and we'll start our last debate for this morning that will include Indonesia and Turkey. Are these two countries ready? Indonesia? Turkey?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. Uh-oh. Perfect. So 7 minutes to start. In the order we called, Indonesia will start.
Sorry, delegates, before you start, I remember the theme of this debate, which is supporting employment transition in a changing world of work.
Indonesia ready to start? Go.
I'm Lucia Dri from ISIS Bassa Friulana in Udine, and I'm 17. First of all, I would like to express my deep appreciation for the opportunity to represent Indonesia in its employment policies in G20 international diplomacy. The theme of the symposium, Supporting Employment Transition in a Changing World of Work, represents a challenge to be overcome for the Asian countries and the international community. Over the last decade, Indonesia's economy has undergone several dramatic changes as it achieved a middle-income status in 2004. Supporting employment transition is one of the main goals of every country that tries to find some solution in order to ensure equality in the economic field and the education sector. Indonesia's economic system is indeed particularly concerned with the problem, considering the rise of the unemployment rate. The rapid decline of labor has caused serious problems and tension between the population and the government, and the current situation provides a relevant example. Indeed, since the 6th of October, Indonesians have been protesting against a new labor law, the so-called Job Creation Bill, issued the day before. According to the government, the law will increase the employment rate, create new working places, and attract foreign investment. However, the population thinks it deprives workers guarantees. Most of Indonesia's economic problems are related to education and life quality outside cities, and mainly the ones of women. The educational system in Indonesia takes care of more than 50 million children across the country, but sets as compulsory education only 6 schools. Many of them are managed by private organizations, making it hard for countryside families to provide their children with a proper education and instruction. As a result, over 5 million children are employed in the oil palm industry, and most importantly, more than 250,000 kids and teenagers are compelled to work long hours in tobacco plantations. The intensive farming is dangerous for the environment, but also for the farmers. In order to fight child labor, the government is providing economic help to poor families through new regulations. For example, 15 years of age has been set as the new minimum age for working, and 18 the one to work in exile conditions. Considering women's employment, Indonesia's female labor force consists of the 51% of the total female population, a low percentage if you compare it to the male one that is 80%, well below the levels reached in countries with similar development states. However, the younger female generation seems to participate more actively in the labor force. As a member of the G20 group of the world's major economies, Indonesia has been committed to decrease the gap between female and male labor force participation by 25% before 2025, including education, healthcare, infrastructure, institutions, and legislation. Under less optimistic but unfortunately more realistic assumptions, female labor force participation may even decrease if the most recent trends continue. When talking about Indonesia's labor market, a relevant aspect to consider is the lack of qualified employees. Considering Indonesian gross domestic product fact, it is stated that almost 45% of yearly incomes are produced by services, a sector where about an Indonesian out of 2 works, that is about 60 million people, while farmers represent the 30% of the total working population. Consequently, in Indonesia, almost 11% of the total population live under the poverty limit, according to the United Nations. That is about almost 27 million people in Indonesia. What's more, the poverty limit changes very frequently. Millions of people enter an activity via poverty limit, and there is no balanced security level. Particularly, the problem regards people who live in small villages where ethnic differences between native groups forbid homogeneity as well. However, just a small percentage of people is unemployed, so the government aims to improve workers' working conditions rather than creating new working places. In order to face the changing world of work, infrastructures and services are developing thanks to social programs like the Family Hope program. Moreover, after COVID-19 disease, Indonesia will increase demand for first necessities and improve social protection to middle and lower classes. The government has also introduced tax incentives to Indonesian and foreign industries, aiming to sectors in growth such as tourism and production of fuels and eco-fuels. According to Indonesian President Joko Widodo, Indonesia will prioritize the economic sector in its diplomacy agenda over the next 5 years, asking for support and collaboration and paying attention to keep a strong bonds with countries that helped the nation in the past. These are the most relevant features of Indonesia's employment transition. I hope to have made myself understood so that the Indonesian perspectives about the transition in a changing world may be put into a better focus. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. No supporters. Right. Now, we need to finish this debate, and Turkey, please be ready.
Yes, I'm ready.
Yeah.
Okay, my name is Alessandro Di Mario. I come from Liceo Linguistico di Ceccano. Before starting, I'd just like to express our gratitude and excitement to be part of this unique experience. So, with that aside, today I represent Turkey and I'm going to talk about employment transition and the future of the work world. Because Turkey is a nation in constant development, but yes, some uh, channels. I firmly believe that employment transition is the best way to help the economic growth because a flexible jobs enables the employees to facilitate their productivity by moving them from a less productive industry into a more productive industry. So they could be put in an environment that suits their skill best. In Turkey, we have a relatively high rate of temporary employment, which supports the job-to-job transition rate. This kind of transition, though, is very different between women and men, because in Turkey, women employment is more concentrated in specific sectors, making their job-to-job transition rate much lower than men. There are three major reasons for transitioning a worker from his current position to a new one. The first one is job reallocation. So when they need to achieve a work improvement by transitioning workers with similar jobs between their position. Another reason is to share skills and knowledge. So two or more organizations may agree on exchanging their workers in order to train the employees and making them share an experience, their knowledges and their skills. And the last reason is the reduction regarding the workforce. So if an organization suffers from a reduced number of workers available, their management team has to reassign job in order to get a sense of stability. Technologies are playing an important role and it's important to support their development because we live in a new digital age and the work world is changing. In fact, 50% of the world economy is affected by technologies, which is the equivalent of 1.2 billion workers. Because these new devices can do things we thought only human can do, but they can do them at a superhuman level of performance. So automation and artificial intelligence can improve healthcare, education, traffic, and when it comes down to work, it can increase productivity growth and overall job satisfaction. In Turkey, changes brought by artificial intelligence and automation are leading into a more service-oriented economy. Also, the aging population increasing the healthcare services it can support. Digitalization plays an important role because it facilitates access to services and products, allowing small businesses to grow faster, expand, and reach a wider customer base. In Turkey, only about 2% of occupations are completely automatable, while 60% of jobs have at least 30% of automatable activities. Of course, you can't replace jobs that require social or human interaction, but it's fascinating how technologies are changing and creating new jobs. In fact, we estimate that by the end of 2030, 7.6 million jobs could potentially be lost, while another 8.9 million new jobs could be created. Studies have shown that on average, 0.5% of workers each year are employed in completely new jobs that have never existed before. And there are several factors supporting the creation of jobs. The most relevant ones, however, seems to be the rising of the income levels due to the productivity and economic growth of the nation and the healthcare services, which have a minor impact on Turkey than in any other developed state, caused by the majority of the younger population over the aging one. Speaking of the younger population, youth unemployment rate in Turkey is much higher than the world average. In fact, the portion of young population who is neither in employment or in education represents a serious issue for the nation. Agriculture is the main sector employing young people, but they are employed as non-paid family workers. But we can also find young men working in construction sites and young women in clothing and textile industry. But most of these young unskilled workers don't even have a social security coverage. The main reason for this problem is the lack of skills. And so it's important for the education system to be revisited to meet the requirements of the labor market and introduce a job to work transition. Second of all, we have to exterminate the differences of education between the genders. And lastly, the government should revisit the jobs in order to assure the quality of the jobs more suitable for the younger ones. And that's why I think it's so important to support technology development, because these young people are lucky enough to be born in a generation when these devices are already considered common, so they are very familiar with them. And the creation of new jobs could help lowering the rate of young unemployment and also the overall unemployment rate of Turkey, which is getting higher year after year. Um, Thank you for your attention. That's all from me.
Okay, thank you very much to both of you. Now we are ready for the vote. Okay, back to the gallery view and let's see which teams are ready to vote. Okay. Okay. Okay, only the voters with the microphone on, please. Okay, let me start. Japan.
Present, voting for Indonesia.
Okay. Germany.
Present and voting for Turkey.
United States.
Present and vote for Indonesia.
France.
Present and voting for Turkey.
United Kingdom.
Present and voting for Turkey.
Saudi Arabia.
Present and voting for Indonesia.
South Africa.
Present and voting for Indonesia.
Russia.
Present and voting for Indonesia.
China.
Present and voting for Indonesia.
Brazil.
Present and voting for Turkey.
Argentina.
Present and voting for Turkey.
Australia.
Present and voting for Indonesia.
Mexico.
Present and voting for Indonesia.
South Korea.
Present and voting for Indonesia.
Okay, let's make this calculation.
Yes, President. The final count is as follows. Indonesia collected 9 votes, while Turkey collected 5 votes.
Okay, so we'll need to listen and wait for the evaluation by the judges. So let's take some seconds and we'll get to that. Okay. I'm waiting for the vote. I'm only waiting for one vote. Ambassador Savoia.
Thank you very much. One for Indonesia, three for Turkey.
Okay. So let's make this calculation. It's 3, 5, 8 for Turkey. And Indonesia is 3, 6, 2. I'm right or wrong? Am I right or wrong?
Sorry, President, I don't have the votes of the other two
Okay, just one
members
second.
of the jury.
I have 3 for Turkey, 2 for Indonesia. 2 for Indonesia, 3 for Turkey for the second voter, and 3 for Turkey, 1 for Indonesia by Ambassador Savoy. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
final calculations.
Final calculation is 9 votes for Turkey from the jury and 5 for Indonesia.
So it's
Which
okay.
Which
Okay.
leads
It
us to a
makes a
total
draw.
of 14 votes for Turkey.
Yes, and 14
votes for Indonesia. So it's a draw.
It's a draw, yes. Okay.
Well, according to our regulation, when there is a draw, we're going to use the system that has been used in the past in the European Union, and is the drafting of a coin.
You toss the coin. I'm not doing that.
Well, you are the one that can do it in front of everybody.
But
so,
I can allow anybody else to do it. I
well,
have no coin. I have
Giovanni
no
will
coin
do.
in me.
Just the two countries have to choose which face of the coin they are choosing, and we will toss the coin and see who is luckily winning.
Okay, so we have this last element. Are we ready for tossing the coin?
Yes, we are, and I'll use a 50-cent coin because it's the only one I was able to find.
Right, no problem. We don't quarrel about that. We need to focus on their choice. So, Indonesia and Turkey, you have to choose. I'm trying to get all the videos off. Only Giovanni and the two countries.
So, delegates, in order to be more clear, which one of you is picking the side with the 50 in number?
Indonesia, the number.
Okay. So, Turkey will have the other side of the coin with the horse. And it's the number one. So, it's Indonesia to pass the turn.
Okay. Somebody said something in Italian that everybody heard. We can try and do something. Let's revote if you are more comfortable with this. Okay, the head of the jury, of the ambassador jury, would you like to say something about this? Ambassador Verga?
President,
Yes.
as this situation is a new situation that we never had in the past,
Yes.
I would propose that one Indonesia passes and the other one this afternoon will be repêchage.
Okay, there will be repetition.
And we will see the numbers, and also we will do a draft of one of the classes that has been eliminated, and we will ask them to debate this afternoon another team. So in
they
this
will
way,
be taking on a fifth team.
yes, we will
Okay.
draft one class, and we will ask them to debate on the second round with the class that now has been penalized by the coin
Okay.
toss.
This is
Okay?
clear for me. I don't know whether it's clear for everybody, but since we all understand that we are all tired, even though we have worked hard, we're also very tired. We need to focus on the second round that we can announce will be on, that was to be on 4, but now will be on 5 teams. One is Germany versus France. Second one is South Arabia versus South Africa. Third one, China versus Argentina. Fourth one, Mexico versus Indonesia. And then the fifth one, Turkey versus whatever
We have been doing the draft now immediately to give them the possibility to prepare for the afternoon, and it's the United Kingdom.
UK. Okay, what I would like to do is that if Ambassador Verga and Giorgio Bartolomucci want to say something to conclude this morning, I only want to thank everybody for being so very good and very professional. The school has shown a very important moment. We are able to overcome many problems. We have been able to satisfy all the needs, and even though we are far away from one another, we have been a great community. Thanks, everybody. The floor gets to Ambassador Verga.
I may say that we have an appointment this afternoon that I would like to suggest to postpone. We were supposed to meet at 2. I would like to postpone it, if it's okay with everybody, at 3 o'clock, in order to give the team the possibility to better prepare their presentation.
Okay, I totally agree. Absolutely. Yes. They need time to rest and to prepare. Fine. Agreed. Ambassador Verga, do you want to say something? We can't hear you. I'm sorry, Giorgio, we cannot hear Ambassador Verga, so if you can please conclude.
Well, I would like to thank every team that has been presenting this morning. I think the quality and the standard of their presentation was very high. Maybe if Ambassador Lucio Savoia wants to say something, because Verga has already left for lunch. So if he may substitute Daniele, we would really appreciate his evaluation of the standard of the presentation. Thank you.
Good.
I'm sorry to interrupt. If possible, I would like to say quickly a thing before the ambassador takes words, which is in the match between Turkey and UK, which team will be discussed? Because I already see that the students are asking.
We will communicate to them in few minutes. We'll have to check which one were the team that they were supposed to debate in case they were passing. Or they maybe the best thing is that they present their own second team. So they do not have to prepare another topic in so short time. So they will both present their own team if they had passed the first round.
Yeah, I would be better. Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay.
May I add something?
Oh, absolutely. You are
Okay.
most welcome.
Thank you very much. See you later. Was very, very interesting. But let me just say that it's not very fair, to leave to on money, the judgment of, of two young people speaking. Anyway, see you later.
Okay, thank you.
Ambassador, I would like to remind you that Italy lost the EMEA location on a coin toss, and that is even more painful and is causing a lot of loss in Milan for Milan.
Exactly. So we're all very satisfied when there is a very good debate going on and the evaluation gives one winner on the round. Okay. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch, enjoy your preparation, and see you back at 3 o'clock. Correct?
Okay.
Wait
Correct.
to say
3
hello.
o'clock.
Bye.